Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 3 p.m. I call this meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Council Member Nash King. She's absent. We will have our invocation by Council Member Williams and our pledge of allegiance by Council Member Bass.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we thank you for the privilege of gathering here today to serve our community. I ask that you grant our council members wisdom, discernment, and clarity as we make decisions for the greater good. Help us to act with justice, compassion, and unity. And may our work today benefit everyone in our city. Amen.
Mayor, I would like to invite Commander Willie Keller, commander of our Fort Hood Veterans of Foreign Wars Post, the only VFW post on an active duty military post, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
All persons present, could you place your right hand over your heart, and all military veterans render a proper salute. Present arms. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order, arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams, for the invocation, and thank you, Councilmember Bass, for the pledge of allegiance. I need a motion to approve the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Councilmember Brown.
Move to approve the agenda.
I second the motion, Mayor.
It was motion by Councilmember Brown and second by Councilmember Bass. All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed? No. Has everyone voted? Okay, please raise your hand. Signify yes. All those in favor? The motion carries 6-0. And we will continue with our work session. Madam Secretary.
MN 26019, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of May 19, 2026. RS 26093, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the city manager to accept agreements with the Federal Aviation Administration for an airport improvement program grant and an airport infrastructure grant to support the terminal rehabilitation improvements project at Killeen Regional Airport.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we got a couple of FAA grants that we're going to talk about. If I can make this thing work. I guess you got to be smarter than the contraption here. All right, a little bit of background. The Killeen Regional Airport's identified critical airport infrastructure issues. It's reached the end of useful life. On August 26, 2025, the city received a $950,000 grant from the Federal Aviation Administration through an airport infrastructure grant to fund the design phase, including administration, design, building, and engineering services. The FAA has since notified the city of an upcoming airport improvement program and AIG grant funding for Phase 1, which includes the replacement of the preconditioned air conditioner units at gates 1 and 6, elevator replacement, escalator refurbishment. Final grant amounts will be determined after the bids have been received. To meet the FAA timelines, staff requests City Council approve authorizing the city manager or his designee to accept the AIP grants upon their receipt. These grants will fund 95% of the project cost, with the remaining 5% match provided through the FAA-approved passenger facility charge application that was approved on March 14th, 2025. And there will be no impact to the aviation operating fund or the fund balance. Basically, we're getting some major airport infrastructure, a little over $3.5 million worth, at absolutely no cost to the city or the airport. So the recommendation is the City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to accept the Airport Improvement Program grant and Airport Infrastructure grant with the Federal Aviation Administration for the terminal rehab projects, improvement projects at Killeen Regional Airport, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the council? There are no questions. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Madam Secretary.
RS 26094, consider a memorandum resolution approving Quick Roofing Tips Cooperative number 250-10402 in the amount of $172,367.33 to repair the Lions Club Park Senior Center roof.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of council. We're here to discuss repairs for the Lions Club Senior Center roof. A little background information. Back in May of 2025, the Senior Center exhibited signs of leakage caused by damage from roof sections, leading to water damage behind the stage in the Senior Center ballroom. Facility services were called to assess the issue and perform roof repairs to prevent additional damage. In January 2026, facility services assessed the damage and determined that the lower section had deteriorated beyond repair, which will lead to cosmetic damage behind the stage in the ballroom. Facility service recommended replacing the polythene, the TPO section, to prevent further water intrusion, particularly in the lower sections of the roof. On April 21st, 2026, the City Council approved a budget amendment for the proposed one-time uses of FY 2025 excess fund balance for multiple projects discussed. Included among those projects was roof repair for the Lions Club Park Senior Center. Facility services obtained a quote from Quick Roofing under the TIPS Cooperative Contract 250-0402 and an estimated amount of $172,367.33 to ensure the city secures the best value for this work. If council approves this project and the purchase order is issued no later than the June 26th, the estimated project start date will be July 20th, 2026, which places an estimated completion date in the last week of August 2026. Here's some pictures of the damage of the Senior Center from the backstage in the ballroom area. These are some more pictures of the damage of the rooftop area. Staff recommends that City Council approve Quick Roofing Tips Cooperative Contract 250-10402 for the repairs of the Lions Club Park Senior Center roof. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Is there any questions or comments from the council? Council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, do we know what a warranty would look like on this roof repair?
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Martin, who may. Would be a 20-year.
It is a 20-year warranty. And then upon approval, should this be approved, how long would it take for that repair to be completed and then actually resolved?
Would start on July 20th and be completed by, per the estimates, the last week of August of 2026.
Just to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Brown.
Mr. Murphy, will this cause any disruption to activities at the senior center?
Very minimal, ma'am.
Okay, what type of delays or program interruption might we expect to see?
It shouldn't cause much of a program interruption or delays. Most of the work will take place on the rooftop, and the damage is behind on the ballroom on the stage, so we may have to shift activities to other parts and other rooms in the center. Larger activities will be switched over to the FRC.
Okay. And then on here, I don't see anything about repairing the damage to what's done inside. Is there a future plan to take care of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the council? Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Madam Secretary.
Sorry. RS-26-095, consider a memorandum resolution renewing group employee medical and pharmaceutical benefits with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas and employee dental insurance with MetLife, effective October 1, 2026.
Good afternoon, Ms. McDaniel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My annual trip to the podium to talk about insurance. So our current providers for health insurance is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas. We transitioned to Blue Cross Blue Shield in FY25 with a 3-year agreement, and our current employee plan participation is 1,049 employees choose one of our health plans. Our current provider for dental is MetLife. We renewed a contract with them in 2025, which had a rate lock for 2 years. And our employee participation in our dental plans is currently 1,322, which is nearly all of our employees, essentially. To give you an idea of the projected costs as they compared to last year's, total expenses are a little over 10 million, with the city portion of that cost being just shy of 8.5 million, and the employee cost share being just over 1.6 million. And then for dental, which is a fully insured platform, the total expense is 842,000, with the city paying 422,000 and change, and the employees contributing $419,000 and change. Regarding plan amendments for the medical plans, there are no changes to the plan design, meaning the current coverage levels that we offer on both of our plans will remain the same, and there's no change in the cost of those. For example, like deductibles, co-pays and prescription costs, things of that nature. No changes to any of those. And the city will also continue to provide an option at zero cost for employees, which is on Plan 1, the high deductible health plan. All other tiers are proposed to increase by $5 per month. All tiers of Plan 2 will increase $5 per month, and again, no plan design changes there either, so meaning co-pays, prescription costs, things of that nature will remain the same. For dental, there are also no plan design changes. The city will also continue to offer a $0 option for employees only on Plan 1. And premiums across all other plan tiers will increase by 6%, which ranges from 32 cents to $5.52 per month, depending on the plan and tier that they selected. Just to give you an idea of what those expenses look like, this is a breakdown of the rates for employees as they compare to last year. The columns highlighted in red are obviously the differences. So you'll see the employee increase for medical plans is $5, and then you'll see the additional expense that the city will take on to cover that as well. And then the same for the dental plans. So you'll see the increased cost to employees on the dental plans, as well as the increase that the city will take on for that as well. The recommendation is to renew with both of these carriers for the coming year and allow the city manager or his designee to execute any necessary changes. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Brown.
There we go. All right. Ms. McDaniel, I had emailed you about this and my concern about there being a flat rate increase because it's disproportionate to some of the different levels we have. Excuse me. So for example, an employee with children but no spouse would have a proportionally larger increase than, say, an employee with a spouse and no children.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, that's correct. So
Okay.
the dollar amount for the medical plans is a flat dollar amount. The percentage of the current cost is what is the variable amount that you're referring to.
And then my question is, why did we go with a percentage on dental, but a flat $5 per on the medical?
I can allude to, or I can ask the city manager to give his reference point as well. However, I think that the way that those two options are funded is also how we made that decision. So for dental, we're in a fully insured environment, which means we pay a premium, right? So we're not necessarily paying claims. We're saying, okay, we anticipate it will cost this much money per employee. And what we did with regards to increasing that was keep the current percentage that we are currently. So the city's picking up certain percent per tier of that plan. We kept that the same, kept the employee part the same. On medical, it's a little bit different. We're funding claims. And so with that, we're not maintaining certain percentage or anything of that nature. What we wanted to do is, there was an exponential increase, as you saw. However, we never want the employees to have to pick that up. But also, when they're contributing money as well, we find that they pay closer attention to some of those changes, and help them make intelligent and consumer intelligent driven decisions with regards to care and things of that nature. So we thought that was a fairly minimal increase compared to the overall increase that just might catch their attention enough, but also not negatively impact them. We keep in mind COLAs that are being considered in budget and things of that nature. We never want to do something that's going to override paying them a good salary, so.
I know the COLA discussion will come up a little bit later, but
Correct.
based on the information that I have available to me, at this point, it would appear that this would have a minimal impact on the COLA amount, that those employees even getting a 3 or 4% COLA at the bottom range of our hourly rates that we pay would still be able to see an increase in their take-home pay.
Absolutely. So as you saw on the slide, it's a $5 impact, which is $2.50 per paycheck that's impacted by this. The proposed COLA would be significantly more than that.
Okay. And then I think that going forward, could we relook at the option of going back to being a fully funded program for medical insurance like our dental? It seems like every year we've been under the self-funded medical. We've had to increase, or the amount we have to cover increases because the cost of just going to the doctors goes up. So.
Sure. It's always something we can look at. I will just give you my experience. It is far more expensive to get back in once you get out of a fully insured environment. And I will say that from the employee standpoint, we've been able to control the cost for the employees going up pretty successfully in the 5 years that we've been in this environment. That being said, we can always look, and happy to get costs. We will actually be going out to market next spring as the third year of this contract expires. So those are all things that we can discuss and consider at that time.
Yeah, I would just love to see what those options look like, because ideally, Colleen will get to a point where we can continue to grow our employee base.
Sure.
And as that employee base grows, having a fully insured option might be a little bit more costly to get back into, but then a little more stable over time. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Is there any other questions from the council? Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Madam Secretary.
RS-26-096, consider a memorandum resolution awarding RFP 26-23 liability, property, and workers' compensation insurance services to TML-IRP in the amount of $3,100,016, effective October 1st, 2026.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Good evening, or good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk about our liability, property, and workers' compensation insurance services. The city's current agreement for liability, property, and workers' comp insurance services became effective October 1 of 2016 with our current agreement holder, which is the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool, or TML-IRP. To ensure best value and coverage, staff utilized the RFP process to bid for these services this year. And going forward, we plan to bid these services a minimum of every 5 years to ensure market competitiveness. The city sought bids, including but not limited to the following lines of coverage and services. So workers' compensation, our liability and auto liability, physical damage, real and personal property, and cyber liability. And for services, compliance, legal counseling, loss prevention, claims administration, and training. The city received just one respondent, which is our current vendor, TML IRP. The recommendation is that the city council approve the city to enter into a contract with TML IRP as the continued provider for the aforementioned lines of coverages in the estimated amount of $3,100,016 effective October 1 of 2026, and that the city manager designee is authorized to execute any necessary changes. And I can entertain any questions.
Are there any questions from the council? There are no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Madam Secretary.
RS-26-097, consider a memorandum resolution declaring a vacancy on the Civil Service Commission and appointing a new member to fill the vacancy.
Welcome back, Ms. McDaniel.
Hello again. Just a little bit of background. Texas Local Government Code, Section 143006, implemented a commission, which is persons appointed to the commission cannot hold office for another public office for the preceding 3 years. On May 12th, you all welcomed Charles Kimball to the council, therefore vacating his seat on our Civil Service Commission, which is why we are here today. So 143006 also dictates that the city manager shall appoint a person to serve when we have a vacancy occur. And we do recommend that the council declare the vacancy and then accept the city manager's appointment for the Civil Service Commission. And sir, if you'd like to.
Yes, and my recommendation is Dirk Davis.
Okay. Council? Do we need to vote on it now, or?
That is a recommendation, that appointment is a recommendation from the city manager. So if the council does not have any objection to that, that recommendation will follow into consent agenda, and that's what you'll vote on tonight.
And we can find that out now. Is there any objections?
Definitely, if there's any discussion or objection or
Discussions?
anything like that, that can happen now.
Okay, I think council agrees with that. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Madam Secretary.
RS-26-098, consider a memorandum resolution approving the Texas Association of School Boards, TASB, by board purchase for the animal shelter dog stray kennel HVAC unit replacement from Southland Industries in the amount of $146,500.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon. So Colleen Animal, I have to push the button. Helps if I remember that. So Colleen Animal Services is requesting to replace the HVAC in our stray dog facility. This is to protect the health and safety of staff and the animals in our care. And this is the building over at 3118 Commerce, the Colleen Animal Shelter building. This building serves as a primary housing area for stray dogs entering our care, dogs being housed during court proceedings, and dogs required to undergo state-mandated rabies quarantine observation. There are a total of 36 kennels in this building, and the building consistently operates at a maximum or near maximum capacity. This is the building in question. The current HVAC system is undersized for the design and use of the building. The temperature inside the building consistently remains at 90 degrees or higher, with an added humidity due to sanitation and cleaning requirements necessary to control the spread of disease. These conditions can result in heat exhaustion symptoms in staff members and dogs, potentially requiring medical intervention due to heat exposure. Senior dogs, puppies, brachycephalic breeds, and dogs with underlying health issues are especially susceptible to heat sensitivity and require consistent monitoring while housed in this building. In 2025, there were a total of 136 days in which the recorded temperature was 90 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, meaning that it was higher than that inside the building. Colleen Animal Services saw our highest intake in dogs in March, May, July, and September. By the way, those 90-degree days were between March and October. Southland Industries on Buy Board contract number 733-24 was contacted for a proposal. A quote was provided to replace the HVAC system and add new ductwork and insulation to the building for a total of $146,500. Funds are available from the Animal Services operational budget. Staff recommends to authorize the interim city manager or his designee to approve the proposal for the replacement of the HVAC system provided by Southland Industries through their Buy Board cooperative contract number 733-24, and authorize the interim city manager or his designee to execute any and all change orders within the amounts set by state and local law. And I'm here for any questions.
Councilmember Brown?
How long would it take to get this project started and then completed?
My hope is that as soon as it is approved, I can get my PO going, and we'll have this all set up by, at most, mid-July.
And then why, not to throw any blame, but why are we waiting until the middle of summer or when summer weather has already hit us and we're already having above 90 degrees to even bring this forward to the council for approval?
So part of that was we had applied for a grant from Petco, and we were waiting to see if we would receive that grant, because the grant would have completely covered the cost of this.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS-26-099, consider a memorandum resolution approving an agreement with Quick Roofing TIPS contract number 250-10402 for the roof repair replacement at the Killeen Public Library, Copper Mountain Branch, in the amount of $179,856.22.
Good afternoon, Ms. McNair.
Good afternoon. On December 4, 2025, while investigating a roof leak at the Copper Mountain Branch Library, staff noted a possible hail damage to the roof membrane. A claim was filed with TML to assess the damage. Upon inspection, TML adjusters initially determined that the damage was not caused by hail, and due to ongoing water penetration issues with the roof membrane, staff requested TML return and reassess the damage. TML returned in January of 2026 and determined that the damage did not appear to be hail damage and appeared to be a defect in the roofing membrane. Our staff contacted Duralast, the maker of the roof membrane, and they came out and inspected the membrane on April 15th of 2026 and determined that the membrane was not defective and the damage was in fact caused by hail. Duralast provided the city and TML with a documented hail report that showed measurable hail in the area on 5 different dates. After receiving documentation from Duralast, TML agreed to cover the roof replacement due to the hail damage. Replacement of the roof is necessary to ensure a safe and healthy work environment, as well as a third space for our community. Staff obtained a quote through TIPS Cooperative Purchasing from Quick Roofing in the amount of $79,856.22. Quick Roofing conforms to the city policy through their TIPS contract, and the purchases made through a cooperative are exempt from the competitive bidding process. Funding will be included in the FY26 year-end budget amendment in conjunction with insurance proceeds. The scope of work is listed here, and it has a 20-year, no dollar limit warranty. And the schedule for this roof will be similar to that of the roof for the senior center. Staff recommends that City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into an agreement with QR Roofing for the roof replacement at Copper Mountain Branch Library in the amount of $179,856.22. And all of this will be covered by insurance proceeds.
Okay, is there any questions from the council? Councilmember Best.
So does the way this work, the city pays up front and then we're reimbursed from the insurance?
That's something for finance. Yes, they pay up front and get reimbursed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
How old is the roof at Copper Mountain Library?
1 second. Mr. Martin, could you give us an approximation of the age of the roof?
replaced in 2014.
So 2014, so it's about, it was replaced in 2014 due to hail damage, the original roof 25, so we're at up 12 years.
And that one didn't have the same 20-year warranty on it?
Pat,
And hail damage is not covered by the.
can you come up, please? Can you come up, please?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
So the replacement that happened in 2014, did that have a warranty? And if so, how long was the warranty?
I'm not, it was 15 or 20 years. I can't remember what the Duralast warranty was at that time,
Okay.
but it was replaced by TML under our insurance.
Okay, because I know, like, for example, I had my roof done 2 years ago. Even if it's caused by hail damage, my insurance isn't going to pay for it within a certain duration of time. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't part of why we're having those issues, because it was too close within a warranty.
No.
No.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, and then what's the rating? Are these shingled roofs, or this is a
They're
flat?
a
Membrane.
TPO. They're a flat membrane roof,
Okay.
60 millimeter membrane.
So and this is not I'm not in construction, so please bear with me, but, so what is it rated for, like, size of hail? If we get hail a month after the roof is done, what would that mean?
I'm not sure what it's rated for hail, what size.
Okay. And then finally, last question, how, would we expect this to interrupt any operations at the library, and if so, what would the extent be?
No, we don't expect any interruptions. Based on where most of the work will take place, it's towards the back of the building, but no. They've been operating with the damage already there, made a space to keep materials accessible to those that visit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the council? There's no other questions. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
McNair. Madam Secretary.
RS-26-100, consider a memorandum resolution appointing new members to the Board of Adjustment.
Good afternoon, Ms. Messer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is to consider the appointment of 2 members to the Board of Adjustment. On April 21st, Council appointed 6 citizens to the Board of Adjustment, including 4 regular members and 2 alternates. One position at that time remained vacant, as there were not enough applicants with construction experience to fill that remaining vacancy. Killeen Code of Ordinances, Section 3167 stipulates that 4 members shall have training or experience in the construction or building industry. On April 24th, Ms. Jennifer Knotts, who was appointed at your meeting on April 21st as an alternate, submitted her letter of resignation. With that, staff is recommending that council appoint 2 citizens to the Board of Adjustment, including 1 regular member with training or experience in the construction or building industry and 1 alternate.
Councilmember Bass.
I would like to nominate Ricky K. Williams as one possible member.
Okay. Are there, Councilmember Brown?
I would nominate James Frey as being the only person that we have right now with construction experience. So specifically, I would like to nominate James Frey as the construction representative.
Would you announce that name, nominate that name, announce that name again? Which name?
James D. Frey.
Okay. Council. Okay. Okay, we have two names now. How would that work, City Attorney?
There are 2 vacancies currently right now, so what I've got is a nomination for the construction vacancy as James Frey, and another nomination for Ricky Williams, who could be the alternate. And those would fill the two. Now, if there are additional nominations, there can be more discussion, but if there are no additional nominations, then those names can follow into the regular session.
Okay. So we can continue this in the regular session.
Yes, if those are the names that the council, there's a consensus to continue those and vote on those as part of your consent agenda, then that's fine. If there's more discussion, you can have that now. But if there's no more discussion and these are the names that council wants to vote on, then you can do that in your consent agenda during regular session. and vote.
Is there any other? Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarification, does the alternate need to have construction experience also?
No, the alternate doesn't have to have any particular type of experience.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion from the council? Okay, so we have those names and we can carry that on to the work session.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Misher.
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
PH 26018, hold a public hearing and consider a memorandum resolution approving the proposed fee schedule for fiscal year 2027 to be effective October 1st, 2026.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tangleland.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. This item is for the public hearing for the proposed budget fee increases for fiscal year 27. This is the budget calendar. This is the second time we are looking at the fee schedule this year, and this is where we're going to have the public hearing. The follow-up from May 19 discussion, we were having a discussion about the deleted fee, and we sent the deleted fee to all the council members. And now we're going to have Mr. Murphy talk about the senior center fees questions that we have, and follow will be Mr. Dudley to talk about solid waste.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Council, it's good to see you again. I come to you based on back 19th conversations about our proposed fees, which were actual program fees. At the direction of council, we revisited that issue and decided to relook at another strategy to apply fees. What we came up with was a proposed universal senior membership fee that would be resident and non-resident at a rate of $115 annually for residents, $130 for non-residents. The purpose of this proposal was to establish a universal senior membership that grants senior access to all City of Killeen recreational facilities except the aquatics facility. Replace multiple proposed program fees with single predictable annual membership cost, increase accessibility and reduce administrative burden, and support higher participation across diverse senior programs. The proposed membership fee structure is as follows. A resident annual fee of $115, which is the equivalent to $9.59 a month, provides unlimited access to senior programming at recreational facilities excluding our aquatics facilities. The non-resident fee will be proposed at $130 annually, and an adjustment to the current proposed fee of $70 for the non-resident to align with universal access to all facilities with the exception of our aquatics facilities. Ensure equitable cost sharing for facility usage and program participation, and the equivalent amount monthly would be $10.84. The facilities included in this membership are the Killeen Senior Center, the Killeen Community Center, which will be the Rosa Harvest Center upon completion, and the First National Bank Family Recreation Center. The membership eliminates the need for the proposed individual program fees for chair yoga, circuit training, Pilates, Power Step, Zumba, sustainability and balance, functional fitness, pottery, ceramics, sewing, and beginning art classes. The rationale for this universal fee: high multiple program participation. Many seniors participate in multiple classes weekly, and a universal fee reduces the financial barriers and encourages continued engagement. Administrative efficiency eliminates the need to manage, track, and reconcile numerous small program fees. Predictable revenue streams and annual membership fees provide stable funding to support staffing, equipment, and facility upkeep. Equity and accessibility, ensures all seniors, regardless of program mix, receive equal access to wellness, fitness, and creative opportunities. The expected outcomes are increased senior participation across all recreational programs, simplified fee structure that is easier for seniors to understand and for budget for, enhanced program continuity and reduced drop-off due to per-class costs, and strong alignment with community wellness goals. And I will answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. We don't have slides with that, do we?
No, sir, we do.
Okay. Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Murphy, thank you for that relook. I know there was a lot of discussion in the community about the fees. As you look at your fees and you look at your budget, obviously it's going to be based on attendance, right?
Yes, sir.
And membership. Do you have enough room in your budget to make sure with the fluctuation that you're going to be covered with a universal fee?
Yes, sir. The fees that are proposed are a combination of research and analysis that would allow us to not have to come back this time next year and ask for any type of increases. This would be sustainable. Again, we will reevaluate each year as costs go up, but this was a matrix that would allow wide disbursement because when I arrived in the city of Killeen, there were rules and constraints that just didn't add up. Seniors were allowed to come to the the First National Bank Family Recreation Center between the hours of 5:30 a.m. to 8 to be able to walk the track. They were literally barred from participating in any other type of fitness activities when they were right across the parking lot. While the senior center did have a small fitness center, their program and their participation levels were growing at such a rate that we had to shift. With the current way the membership is constructed, if you are a member of the senior center, now it has zero fees associated with it. So a lot of the seniors would take their senior membership and scan it to facilities. As I mentioned on May 19th, we don't have the staff resources to play traffic director and tell grown adults what they can and can't go. So this is, again, empowering seniors to make decisions about their quality of life, their well-being, where they want to go, when they want to go. It opens up the wealth of opportunities across the board for them, not only to participate at the senior center, but to be engaged in more comprehensive fitness programs at the recreation center. You will also hear the question about being members of Silver Sneakers or having your insurance that has a Silver Sneakers program that complements it. The complement of Silver Sneakers equates for the fitness aspect. It doesn't equate necessarily for the quality of life when we're talking about leisure programs such as pottery, ceramics, art classes. So this would give them, again, the right to decide, pick and choose and decide where they want to be engaged and how they want to be engaged with limited jurisdiction from our preview.
And as a follow-up, does it also cover the charges that you have for your instructors? Because I know that their fees were increasing also.
This would encompass being able to give them an adjustable increase. While again, it wouldn't be able to bring them up to market rate. At no time will we ever probably be able to reach that market rate because the rate at which it grows is far more advanced and rapid than what we're seeing across municipal operations. But it would be rightly so to be able to give them a raise to cover and address their rising costs as well.
Thank you. Great work on that, sir.
Councilmember Brown.
I also would like to thank you, Mr. Murphy. You've worked very hard on this, and you did open your doors and welcome myself and Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez to come in and speak with your members. And I know that this was a lot more palatable to them, but I'm a little bit confused. Where did the 84 cents a month come from? What was that for?
I mean, if you break down the $134 a month, it comes out to $10.83 and 33. So we just rounded up that 1/2 percentage to 84. We could do whole dollar numbers, but then that would drive it up to what you would see. The resident membership would be $120. The non-resident would be like $135.
And what's the monthly payment for residents?
For residents, it would be $9.59.
$9.59. Okay. In hearing everything, trying to write the numbers down, I missed the resident amount, and all I got was that amount for the non-resident. So I apologize. And I appreciate that because actually when we had met, it was a little bit more than that. It was a flat $10 a month for our residents. And I know every place where we can save them, even just a little bit, is helpful. Can you also explain, you had been excited about the potential of adding one more thing back to the senior center.
We are exploring and researching the opportunity to be able to counterterminalize providing meal service to the seniors right now. We partner with Meals on Wheels, which provides a lunch service for our seniors. As we grow to another senior, there's been some confusion about as to whether Meals on Wheels will be able to serve both locations with having a new commercial-grade kitchen at the Avente apartment complex. So what we're trying to do and position ourselves is to, through creative partnerships with CTC's culinary program, to be able to apply for the same level of federal funding and engagement that Meals on Wheels to be able to provide not only lunches, but hot breakfasts as well.
I think the addition of breakfast would be really great. I know that I talked to some of the seniors who've been going to our centers for a while, and it's something that used to be offered that we haven't been able to offer in several years. So just the thought of returning that is great. And that would also be included in this $9.59 a month, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't go to McDonald's and get lunch for $9.59, so that I think is a great deal. And also, if you're looking for other community partners, let me know. I have a whole list of people, churches and nonprofits, all with their food handlers information, just itching to get in and be able to start serving meals. So,
yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. I don't want to belabor the point, sir, but I do think it's important that what you've done and what we were allowed to do by coming in and speaking to the seniors. I always say it's important that we talk to our stakeholders, anybody who might be affected directly by change that we make, to get their input. And so you had a packed room, we had a packed room that day, and so the seniors were heard loud and clear as far as what their desire was, and I think that we were able to come to a common ground, and that was wonderful, and that's exactly how it should be done. So I want to thank you for that, because I've been championing that for all of our, across the board, on different things as well. And then the community partnership. It's outstanding. So how does that work, and when will you know, potentially even, if there's something that we can work out with CTC, and if that does go forward, when would we possibly know, or is it something we're looking at in years to come, or is this something we can?
It's going to be conservative, I'll say years to come. We're having those conversations. We're ironing out. On our end, we would need to hire a kitchen manager as opposed to having people who have been cleared to be certified service aides in the kitchen. The other question comes up is who's going to buy the groceries to be able to fund it. That's where the funding comes in from the federal government through the quality of life and the senior nutrition programs that they offer. So there are a lot of moving pieces, and we're bringing everybody to the table. We look to be able to have a cognitive plan of implementation, hopefully by January, so that we can put a date and a time when it will be able to start.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Councilmember Williams.
Well, how you doing there?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
Mr. Murphy, I appreciate this as well. I know when you was last here, I asked you that would you consider the universal rate the same as the non-resident rate. And what I appreciate that you did consider that universal rate, which is really a blessing for the seniors. All of them don't have the money to pay, and I truly appreciate that. Now, is it really, are we really doing the universal rate now, or is it another rate that we are doing?
Ultimately, the decision is yours, ma'am.
Yes.
I would recommend to rescind the program fees in lieu of instituting a universal membership. That is the more proactive way. That has the support of our vast senior community for engagement and quality of life. And as I said on May 19th, it does us no good to kick this can down the road, because eventually if we don't address it some way, shape, or form, then maybe not at this body, but another elected body will tell us that we have to look at being able to shutter operations. That does not build community, that does not keep engagement, that does not celebrate those who have gone before and are our standard bearers for wisdom and passing on knowledge to be engaged. We don't want to marginalize our seniors. We want to keep them vibrant members of our community for it as long as God sees fit.
Yes, I agree. And it's clear that the senior does want the universal rate. Now, there was another decision as far as the program rate, and I want you to acknowledge that. And please tell in detail the difference between the program rate and the universal rate.
The program rates were assigned to specific classes that had very high demand and instructors who are experiencing costs, who are honoring their requests to be able to increase. So seniors who like to have participated in, say, chair aerobics, Zumba, Pilates, or pottery, sewing, basic arts programs, those programs came across. The instructors of course, us being able to compensate the instructors, but those instructors are required to carry insurance, liability insurance of $1 million, underwriting and list the city as additional insurance. Those insurance premiums have gone up for them. So with that, with the small, while the programs are going, the small number, we couldn't pass that charge on across the board universally to all seniors because all seniors don't participate in all programs. What we found is that a lot of our seniors not only participate in one activity, they participate in multiple. So when you looked at the individual program fees for a senior who participated in 3, 4, 5, or 6 programs, that could easily shoot up from, when we say $20 a month from one, to $150 to $200 based on what their configuration of programming are put in. Again, we're not trying to limit their activities or dictate what they can and can't do. We're trying to create a sustainable model that allows them to be engaged for as much as they want to, for as long as they want to, with a quality program.
And I appreciate that, but with the program fees, isn't that a little bit more or higher than the?
It would have came out a lot. Like I said, depending on what configuration or what seniors were participating in, it could have been as much as $200 a month. Knowing that seniors are on fixed income, that's why I am a proponent to promote the universal membership as opposed to the program fees. If you choose to support and approve the universal membership fees, there will be no program fees.
Well, I thank you for that. I appreciate it, and thank you for helping the seniors. I believe in my heart that that's what you want to do, and that is your intent. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy. I'm going to be quick. Everybody pretty much don't hit on a lot of points. One of the points I just want to hit up on when we talk about program costs. Are the citizens or the senior citizens getting the bang for the buck?
Yes, sir. They're getting more than their bang for the buck. From a historical perspective, we have been able to offer a level of quality program for years at zero cost, where they did have expenses that come with operations. I'm not going to touch on the normal operation of a facility because you got to keep the lights on, you got to keep the water flowing. Those things come with just normal life. But when you have the quality instructors that we have who are diligently committed to coming in and providing a quality level engagement, whether it be line dancing, whether it be any number of our fitness instructors or the pottery and ceramics, day in, day out, they are growing by the masses on their sheer efforts of how they engage with seniors. And again, in my short time here, there has been requests for additional compensation. Looking at it, they're so far behind what the market rate is. As I tell them, while we might never ever be able to get you to market rate, you are more than overdue because your costs are going up. And if we don't eventually, while they may love it, they got to go to be able to cover their operational expenses as well. And we don't want to lose their support.
So just like I said, we have done, well, you've done a great job in following any directives that we have given. And I want our citizens to know, our senior citizens to know, compared to any other city out here of our size, you are getting quality service for a very, very discounted price. And I'd like to once again say thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and I concur with that. You're doing an excellent job, you and your team. I'm over there a lot, and it's just amazing what goes on over there and the activities that y'all provide. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mayor. I'm just here to, I know we have some few concerns that you had about the brush fee, and I'm here to address some of those concerns. But before I get started, I definitely want to start by acknowledging that the first 6 cubic yards of brush collection have been included in the residential rate since 2015. The issue before us today is not whether the service was included, but whether the rate established 11 years ago still covers the cost of providing that service today. So the challenge that we're facing today is that while the service has remained the same, the cost of providing that service has changed significantly. The residential rate has remained at $19.78 since 2015, but our labor costs, our fuel costs, our equipment costs, our maintenance costs, in some cases disposal costs, as well as transportation, and the overall demand for the service has increased substantially. So, but as we evaluate the long-term sustainability of this program, we have found that the original rate no longer recovers the actual cost of providing this brush collection at today's service levels. As a result, customers who rarely or never even utilize brush collection is paying for the people that is actually using it. The proposed fee is intended to recover a portion of those costs and better align the costs of service with customers utilizing the service rather than shifting the cost to an entire residential customer base. One of the other questions that council had was why are we charging $21 now? Well, the best way that I could answer that is by going back to the start, where we started from as staff. We went in, we looking at the revenues as well as looking at the services we provide. We looked at brush as a team, because brush is something that has been going up. And when we looked at our metrics for brush, we have increased brush by 31.2% since 2018 to 2025. That's a lot of tonnage of brush that has been picked up since then. So what we end up doing, we did what we call a case study last year, preparing for the fee schedule this year in our peak months. And our peak months start in June 1, August 31st. So we took those 90 days right there, and we picked up over 26,000 brush stops during that time. But we only charged for 394 of them. So we had like over 25,000 brush pickups that we had picked up that wasn't even charged for. So that's why we came to the conclusion, that's part of the reason we came to the conclusion that we wasn't recovering what we needed to recover with the brush. So that was one of the reasons that we went up with the brush too as well as looking at other benchmark cities. Other benchmark cities, they do provide the same type of service that we provide, absolutely, I mean, the same services, but they don't provide it to the level that we provide it to. Now, while you got these other sister cities who actually, they pick up brush once a month or twice a month, or they have drop-off locations. And they also have restrictions. They have restrictions where, oh, you're gonna have to call this in. You're gonna have to call it in and schedule it to get it picked up. The city of Killeen, we pick it up every day on your trash day. That's the convenience that we offer our customers. You know, so that type of convenience comes with a cost too as well over time. Another thing we looked at too as well is we looked at the rates that other cities are charging. They do have the same bundle deal as Killeen. Killeen has the same thing. They offer the brush along with the residential rate. Excuse me. They do offer that same rate, that same bundle deal, so to speak. But again, like I said before, they don't service as much as we do, as frequently as we do. So a lot of the times we look at, we look at how other cities do things, and we just try to make sure that not mimic them, but just we go the extra mile. That service that we provide is extra. So that was part of the reason we went up with that too as well. And then we also looked at the cost of the service and what we need to do to get to to get the service. We actually have a calculator that we put together on industry standard, how we go about charging and how we come up to that charge. And that's how we also came up to the $20 charge, $21 charge as well. And there was another question that was asked by council about the Encore situation. From what I understand, and from what I can ascertain, when it comes to Encore they take care of their own brush that they cut down in the streets. Any brush that they cut down that's part of their infrastructure that's going to invade their infrastructure, like their power lines or whatnot, they cut it. They cut it down and they pick it up. They have a third party that comes through and pick it up. Now, storm-related situations, Encore also picks up stuff too. I mean, they also cut down things too as well. But Encore actually will leave that for the property manager, because the only thing that they're going to do when it comes to storms is just making sure that they protect their infrastructure. But what I do know is that when it comes to the vegetation management, Encore, if they cut it down the right of way and what they have to cut down to protect their infrastructure, they do have a third party that come through and pick it up.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Kendricks.
Thank you, sir, for all of that. Still, once again, I want to, in your professional opinion, are the citizens, once again, getting more bang for their buck?
Absolutely. I think they are getting more bang for their buck. I'll take Corpus Cove as an example. Cove is a smaller city than we are. They provide the same service that we do, some of the same services that we do, but again, not to the level that we provide it. And then not only that, I think it's important to understand the difference between a rate and a fee. You know, rate is a service utility type of deal. It's an ongoing payment that comes through. And you have a fee, which is more so tied to a specific service that's provided. And that specific service is like container relocation fee, container drop-off fee, bulk pickup. If you have bulk out there, you know, if you put it out there, you're going to get charged for it. And we look at brush the same way. If you're going to utilize and use brush and put brush out there, then you're going to be charged for it. So why does customer A have to subsidize for customer B? So, and then not only that, we also look at if we don't raise or adjust the fees, eventually we're going to have to raise the rates. It's been 11 years since we had any type of rate increases in residential, right? And we're getting to the point now where residential is going to be on a decline when it comes to return on investment for those rates. Those rates just don't support 2026 today.
And that got into my next point, meaning every time you go out and you pick up brush, with the rate that we have in place right now, is basically not paying for the service.
It's not. It's really not. It's not covering. As a matter of fact, we're almost at a point where our commercial division is subsidizing for residential. We're getting close to that right now.
And that's one of the other things I want the citizens to understand. Like you said, a lot of things have gone up in prices, and we have to go up on the rate because that rate has been the same, I think you said, since 2010 or
2015.
15?
Yeah, this not about the rate, though. This is about the fee.
The fee and the service that you are providing.
Right.
And they don't correlate together.
Right.
They don't equal, which means if we don't figure out a way or do it the way that you're saying do it, we may come into a situation to where some services would have to be cut in order to continue or change a little bit. As far as we pick up weekly, we may would have to go to every 2 weeks or every 30 days, which I think is not great for the city because we already have a few code enforcement problems. So then you got that brush sitting out there too long. So hats off to everything that you're doing.
I appreciate it. I wouldn't recommend going 2 weeks or nothing like that.
No,
because
you heard what I said.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, sir. First of all, hats off to you again. I know you had to make some very difficult decisions. And I know that, you know, speaking with the manager before, that whenever we have these funds, trying to get 100% recovery is ideal. but we know that it's not always feasible. So, we're always having this group of people paying for something that other people aren't using. So I know there's difficult decisions. I wish, I look at my individual household, I wish that I could use the same money that I had since 2015 and nothing go up. But we know that that everything else goes up. But I get free labor at my house. I don't. My wife won't let me charge. So, but we know that labor cost goes up. We know that fuel cost goes up, insurance and everything else. And we have to maintain a level of operation to recover as much as we can, close to 100%. No, that's not going to happen. But then on the side note is that we always hear us as council members that we got the app and people tell us about all the blight that they see in the city and things like that. There's always a constant balance of keeping the city clean, looking good, picking up trash and picking up the brush and things like that. So it has to come at a cost. I think you've done a great balance of making that is not, it doesn't hit you in the head as much as it probably could. So I know you had some difficult decisions, and I thank you for trying to balance.
I appreciate that.
Councilmember Brown?
Mr. Dudley, can you remind everybody what our bulk process is?
Our bulk what?
Bulk process, if you have bulk trash that you need picked up because you can't get it out to the transfer station yourself.
Yeah. The customers have the right to go ahead and put however much bulk they want to put out at curbside, and long as it's 4 feet away from the containers, and we'll have whether our rear loaders or depending on the size of the stop, or we have our brush trucks come through and we'll service the stop at a charge. The minimum charge for 3 cubic yards of bulk is $21, and we charge $7.50 each additional cubic yard.
So we have our brush trucks picking up bulk garbage?
Yeah, it's depending on the size of the stop, because some of the stops be really heavy or really big, like a big old move out or something like that. Usually it's done collectively. Certain aspects of that pile to get cleaned up by the rear loader that the bulk truck couldn't get, or the brush truck couldn't get. They'll come back and do all the rest of the little cleanup.
How many residential routes run weekly in the city?
We run 16 routes a day.
And how many commercial routes?
We run, they vary because they swing routes. So we run 9 routes on Monday, 8 routes on Tuesday, 5 routes on Wednesday, 7 on Thursday, and 8 on Friday, and 2 on Saturday.
Would this apply only to residential, or would it apply to residential and commercial,
This would apply to residential.
but not to commercial?
Well, yes, it would apply across the board for the most part, yes.
Explain-
We don't really get too much commercial brush.
Okay, so, but explain for the most part.
For the most part, we don't get too much commercial brush. We do get it, but if we get it and we get this fee pass, it'll be across the board.
I only see it listed as an additional residential rate, sir.
Excuse me?
I only see it listed as an additional residential rate.
Okay.
It's not listed as a commercial rate.
It can be changed in the ordinance, and if we pass this fee, it could be fixed in the ordinance.
So can you explain to us, please, how brush pickup currently works then?
Brush pickup works just like all the other pickup, trash pickup, bulk pickup. For customers that want to utilize that service, they actually just put the brush out, and we have a brush truck that comes through there, and they assess the size of the brush, and if it's deemed chargeable, they'll charge it, and then they'll pick it up. And it's just no different than a bulk.
Do we actually send a brush truck around to each one of those routes every day?
Yeah, we run individual routes. We actually have 6 brush truck guys that actually run the whole city.
So how much could we save if we went to a pickup by order, like call in and schedule brush pickup?
That's a good question. I don't have that answer for you at this point. But again, if you do that, that'd change up the whole system of how we go about, collecting services for the city of Killeen.
Right, meaning we would only send the trucks out to the places that need the service.
Correct.
So in theory, we save hours, we save maintenance, fuel, all of the extra costs that are associated with those, right?
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see how it couldn't be if we're scheduling versus just sending them to every, I see the brush truck come down my neighborhood all the time, and there's no brush on the street anywhere.
Absolutely.
And so to me, I've always wondered why we're doing that. It seems as if it's a waste of time for the driver or a waste of fuel for that vehicle, you know, the maintenance and the mileage that we're putting on it. If we could go to a schedule, because if it's not something we're seeing all the time, all the place, I'm sure that where we're seeing it is probably in pockets. Is that correct?
We see it's scattered out throughout the whole city. You're going to have some streets that's not going to have brush on them. You're going to have some streets like that. But then you're going to have several streets that do have brush on them throughout the city.
My other concern is if we start doing this, people will be less likely to put it out at the curb. We'll have more either illegal dumping, or we'll have more people deciding to have bonfires, and they don't necessarily always pay attention to when we have burn bans go in effect. So I'm concerned about the possible repercussions of that from the citizen side of it, and what might happen. But I think maybe before we implement this big fee, we could maybe try to see what happens if we implement a scheduling process.
Yes, I really think that's going to be difficult to do so. That changes up our whole program on how we do things. I'm not saying that it's not doable. It's a big change for that. But
I'll just say with my last 5 seconds that earlier you said if we don't do this, we're going to have to do something else, like maybe go to scheduling those pickups.
no, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
City Manager?
I was just going to say, I understand the line of questioning because there are streets that don't have brush on them, but these trucks fill up and they fill up quick. So to try to say that there's going to be some sort of savings by scheduling it, I don't see that at all. Mr. Dudley is out there on the street every day. He knows what's going on, and you're just going to create then a whole backlog of orders. And this would be a very large change for our customers. So just, if you want to go this way, just be ready for the complaints because they will be voluminous.
Thank you, sir.
I would just add too, if I could, I would worry about
Yes.
our ability to serve the amount of customers that may need this service. Because if they're scheduling, we got to make sure that we have enough time in the day to meet all of the demand that we have. This way, we can at least make sure that we're hitting different routes, that we're getting to the people who have put their materials out. Whereas if we're scheduling, we're going to be driving all over the city to make sure we're hitting those different appointment stops. There could be a delay in how long it takes us to get out there to meet those collection needs if it is done on an appointment basis.
And it's working. It's working. Councilmember Brown?
I think that we're envisioning this two different ways. There's, on my street, I put my garbage can out every Sunday, and solid waste comes through every Monday and picks it up and takes it away for me. So it wouldn't have to be, you know, my trash day is on Wednesday, but I want to pick it up on a Monday. So you still have the same routes. You just don't have to send that brush truck to every house and every street, only the ones that are there. And presumably you could do it, and, you know, give us at least notice by Wednesday if your solid waste pickup is going to be on Monday. Because Routeware should be able to put those addresses in and then design the most efficient route, correct?
That's if you have that module. We don't have that module to Routeware. Could it be done? It probably could, but I think it'll cause more problems than.
So what module do we have for Routeware if it doesn't give us the most efficient routes?
We use Routeware for route verification, service verification. We ensure that we pick up everything on the routes. We take pictures of everything that we pick up, and we have navigation on the route, but we don't have that capability. We don't have that part of route where we don't use that part of route where that's a part of like of a smart city type of deal, and we're not there yet.
How much extra is that module?
I'm not really sure, ma'am. I would have to get that number.
Can you send that to me?
I can look for it. Yes, ma'am.
I would appreciate that. So again, we're going to get complaints no matter how we do this. If we say you have to call and schedule to have your brush picked up, we're going to get complaints. If somebody just puts their brush out and all of a sudden their utility bill is $21 or more above what they were anticipating, we're going to get complaints.
You probably would. Here's the deal, and I'm going to use Corpus Cove as an example. Corpus Cove is our neighboring city. Their rates are $27.78. We're $19.78. They have the same bundle deal that we have too as well. But their rate, it's going to be able to sustain them. Probably to 2035 or beyond, possibly, and that's just me guessing. We have to extract that part of what we do out of the residential rate, because the residential rate is barely covering the charges for the services that we're providing. What we're doing right now is trying to align this more so with the people that utilize this service is the ones that's going to pay for it, instead of trying to put it across the board for everybody in residential. Because if we don't adjust these fees, we're going to eventually have to raise the rates. And then when we raise the rates, we're raising the rates for everybody, if that makes sense.
Even if we put this fee in place, eventually we're going to have to raise the rates for everybody.
I mean, it happens.
It's a fact of running a business. It's a fact of running a city. It's a fact of growing.
Well, you're right, and it depends too as well, because it depends on, do we raise the rates this high, or do we raise the rates this high? And it could be just this high if we are able to extract the brush up out of that rate structure, that residential rate structure.
How much revenue do we anticipate bringing in over the course of the next fiscal year out of this $21 fee?
I don't have that number on me right now, ma'am, but I can get that number for you too as well. But again, it's based off of the stops that's picked up and not tonnage.
I'd just like to know if it's going to cover the cost, if we're going to be bringing in extra then, so that, now people who are having brush picked up are covering the cost for the fees for everybody.
It's looked at to recover a portion of the cost. I don't think it's going to cover the whole cost, but a portion of it.
And if we chose not to implement this until next fiscal year, are we still going to be good for this fiscal year?
I think we will. But it's going to be something we're going to definitely have to address. I don't think we could kick this can down the road too much longer.
Okay, I just want to make sure, but we can't get away without this year having this new fee.
Possibly.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. City Manager?
I was just going to say this, put it in perspective a little bit. The solid waste, the level of service that we offer is probably second to none in anything in the state. We offer a high-quality level of service for a low rate. And I would be very careful when you start messing with something that we are so good at and have a level of service so far above our peers. I would just say keep that in mind before we jump into some big change in the way we provide service.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I totally agree with that. I was out there today, and I saw the premium service that our city gives out on these roads. And the brush, I've called in, or I've put out many times brush in front of my house, and there were one time it was just superb. I really appreciate what y'all do and how you do it, and you do it with a passion. And I think that we have one of the best services in the state of Texas.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I believe that too. I truly believe that. I
Thank
truly
you, sir.
believe we are the best solid waste in this region, period, hands down.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? You may continue.
Thank you, Council. At this point, we have a couple of options. We can go through the whole slides if you want, like the ones that we show on May 19, or we can also take any other questions that you may have, or we can wait until after the public hearing to get the motion or direction for the changes.
Councilmember Brown?
I see a lot of residents here who were not at our last meeting where we went over the fee structure. So I would recommend at least having staff give an overview of each one of them.
You're recommending an overview? Yeah. So there's a motion direction. Is that a motion direct?
No, I don't think we necessarily need a motion of direction for it, just a kind of consensus to say whether we want staff to do all of them or wait, however we want to do it.
City Attorney?
It's up to council. You could do a motion of direction here, but if council, however council wants to direct staff to go back through however you want staff to go back through the presentation.
Is
It's
that
up
the
to council.
consensus of Councilmember Bass?
I would like to hear the citizens speak now. Thank you.
Would you repeat that, sir?
I would like to hear the citizens' input now.
Okay, sir, we're not there yet.
Okay.
We will be getting there. Okay, there's Councilmember Brown.
Sorry, if the rest of council doesn't want to go through everything, then I would request at least to be able to look at animal services, please.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Miss Amanda? This right here. Ms. Amanda will present the fees for animal services. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. So again, as we said in our last meeting when I was here, we basically threw out the old fee schedule and created a new one. We are providing new services and doing away with some old, and then just restructuring some of the ways we do things. One of the things we are adding is private cremation. So we have the prices here. We do have a field impoundment. This is not you call in a stray dog, and I'm going to charge you for coming to get said stray dog. This is for your dog was involved in a bite, you are now afraid of your dog, and you don't want to bring it in. This is so the officers can go get that dog. We are charging an impoundment fee for small and exotic animals. Those numbers are going up with every fiscal year. And Animal Services incurring the cost of trying to provide care for those and each time going to get new equipment for different exotic animals. We're also seeing more livestock impounded, so we are asking to add some livestock impoundment fees. They would be separated by small livestock like chickens, things like that. Medium, which would be your goats, chickens, things that you're not really supposed to have. And then large, which we should not be seeing at all. However, I have gone out and impounded a horse in the middle of the night. We are going to be asking for a medical grooming charge. Again, this is not your dog came in and it's a little bit matted and I don't feel like that's right. This is the dogs that are coming in and they have sticks growing into their skin. These are medical grooming, this for the health of the animal. We would also like to provide heartworm and feline combo testing to owned animals. If, let me clarify, This is if your animal was impounded, we're sending it to a rescue organization. It's been past the 72-hour hold time, and now you're back and you're like, hey, I want my animal back. This would help us cover the cost that we've already spent on the animal. We'd also ask to provide rabies testing submissions. This is something, again, you cannot test a living animal for rabies. You can quarantine it, but you cannot test it. This is something that's very traumatic to staff, and we highly recommend people go to their vet for this procedure. However, if they cannot afford vet, this allows us to be able to do it as well. We do have our veterinary services. We want to be able to do cat neuters, spays, dog neuters and spays, Elizabethan collars, which are actually quite expensive. I hadn't been aware of that. And then the in-house veterinary examination, again, is not for every animal that comes in. So if your animal's impounded and you reclaim it the next day, I'm not going to be charging you a $50 vet exam. This is for our cruelty cases. Your dog came in, it's in very poor condition. We're having to take you to court. This covers the cost of the in-house exam. We would also ask for a fee for rabies vaccinations for privately owned pets. Again, this is if your animal was impounded, you did not come within the 72 hours. We have already administered this, and we need to recoup the cost of it. We are asking for owner surrender fees to be separated for litters of kittens and litters of puppies due to the large amount of money that these cost the city. It's a lot easier to provide care for one animal than it is for 12 puppies. We are asking for owner surrenders for small and exotic animals as well as small livestock. Actually, since I was here last, I've had 3 emails asking me how much it would be to surrender chickens. So this is becoming a necessary evil. We are wanting to change some of our permit fees and charge an inspection fee. The inspection fee is for your breeders that are actually applying for their breeder permit when we're having to go out and inspect their facility. It does not include the bee permit, which is free. Owner surrender, we are asking, where am I at here? For a $10 increase in surrender fee. We are also clarifying one of our permit fees. This was actually looped into another permit fee that is by ordinance that's separated, so this is just separating those 2 fees. We want to charge some adoptions for barn cats. So if we have a feral cat and we have somebody outside the city who is looking for a working cat on their farm, this would give us something that we can house those cats with. We're also asking to go to a straight dog and cat adoption fee. And again, adoption for chickens, hens, and small and exotic animals. We will also still provide bulk cremation. This would just be at one flat cost rather than what it is now where it's separated out by cost or by weight. We are asking to change our impoundment fees. We're asking to look at whether the animal is in compliance. If your animal is sterilized and in compliance with ordinance, there is no change to the current fee. If your animal is intact, sorry, I said that backwards. If your animal is intact, so it is not in compliance, we are asking that the impoundment fees be a little bit higher so that it kind of encourages you to come into compliance with city ordinance. There we go. Any questions?
Are there any questions from the council? So, it's not showing. Councilmember Brown?
All right, thank you. I appreciate you going over all that again. So I asked you over the past couple weeks, you put a whole bunch of numbers in front of me, and I appreciate you for doing that.
Oh, no problem.
It was very insightful. First of all, I want to say congratulations because so far in calendar year 2026, euthanasia due to space is way down.
Thank you.
And that is something that we should all be celebrating.
Thank you.
So with that said, though, as I'm looking over the information, the year-over-year revenues from each fee that we have, what I'm seeing is that each time we increase our fees, we actually reduce our revenue. And I'm assuming that people aren't getting rid of fewer animals, but the amount we bring in every year for surrender fees has actually decreased.
So actually, our numbers have decreased in the past 3 years. Not by much, but they have our intake has decreased steadily over the past 3 years.
Okay.
I know this year, we are doing things a little bit differently. We've been working with finance. We know that our citizens sometimes need a little bit extra help. As of right now, we are doing we're invoicing for some of the fees. So some of the fees that you are seeing for this FY haven't all been accounted for because those people are making monthly payments. I'm also looking, and this is in the future, but I am looking at developing some sort of program where citizens could actually do some kind of community service there at the shelter to help pay off fees that they're unable to pay for.
Okay, and that would be great for redemption and stuff.
Yes.
My bigger thing is, so almost half of the animals that have been adopted out over the past, I think I asked for 2 years. So over the past 2 years, almost half of the animals that have been adopted out have been at either our free or reduced events.
I would not argue that.
Okay, and that has been very helpful on the space thing. Where I'm going with all of this is sometimes when we increase the fees, we don't make more money, we end up losing money because people don't want to come surrender an animal if they have to pay even more. They're just gonna forget to bring it in at night. They're not gonna wanna come adopt from our shelter if it becomes too expensive. And I see that we have big success at these reduced events and these free events. I'm not saying make it free, ma'am. What I am recommending is that we look at what the rates were maybe 2 or 3 years ago when we were bringing in more money and see about revisiting that, going backwards with the rates for a year and to see if we can actually have more adoptions coming out that way. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will say, I know that the adoption fee has been a big thing for a lot of people. The adoption fees honestly haven't gone up more than like $2 to make them an even number, $2, $3. Because our current adoption fees, let's see, the way it had been, and I don't have my old papers with me, but the way it had been set up, your adoption fee, like when you go into our office, it says adoption fee, $35. That's not your adoption fee. The adoption fee ranges from $55 to $75 because we're also charging an additional fee for, did we vaccinate this animal? That's $15. Did we microchip this animal? So at current rates, this is not honestly changing more than a couple dollars worth.
For this year. And
this year, yes.
And I understand that, but also looking back historically, we were making more money and getting more animals moving through when we had lower rates overall, or lower fees overall.
I am happy to look at that.
I would love if we could review that one more time before we approve these fees.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the council? There's no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Secretary.
PH-26-019, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Vincent Gerard and Associates on behalf of First Assembly of God, Inc., case Z26-10, for a conditional use permit to allow for the installation of a wireless telecommunication tower on property zone B3, local business district, being approximately 2.0 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, McClurkin Addition. The subject property is locally addressed as 7432 East Tremere Road, Killeen, Texas. Requires 3/4 majority vote for approval.
Back again, ma'am, Ms. Messer. Welcome
Mayor and
back.
council, thank you. This item is a request for a conditional use permit for the installation of a wireless telecommunication tower, the property zone B3. It's approximately 2 acres located at 7432 East Tremere Road. The applicant is requesting approval of the conditional use permit to allow the construction of an 85-foot monopole wireless telecommunications tower. Proposed facility is intended to improve wireless service coverage in the southeastern portion of the city and is designed to accommodate multiple carriers and will include an associated piece of ground equipment. The red star on your screen indicates the location of this subject property. This is an aerial of the site. This is a view of the subject property from East Tremere Road. View looking south towards Chaparral. View looking north towards Stagecoach. This is an aerial image showing the approximate location of the proposed tower site. And this is the site plan, the conditional use site plan that's proposed by the applicant. This map is the zoning map for the property in the surrounding area, so you can see it's currently zoned B3. Property is located within the controlled growth area on the growth sector map and designated campus on the future land use map. We notified the owners of 44 surrounding properties regarding this request, and we've received 12 responses in opposition, including 5 from property owners within the 200-foot buffer, 6 from property owners within the 400-foot buffer, and 1 from a property owner outside the 400-foot buffer. So this map indicates the property owners that have registered their objections to the request. Section 31603B of the Clean Code of Ordinances states that approval of a conditional use permit for a wireless telecommunication tower requires a 3/4 majority vote of the City Council, which means that approval of this request does require a minimum of 6 affirmative votes. Staff's recommendation is for approval of the applicant's request for the conditional use permit to allow the installation of a telecommunications tower on property zone B3 with 7 conditions. So the recommended conditions are as follows. First, that the project will substantially comply with the submitted site plan. Second, that the project will comply with the requirements for co-location, screening, lighting, and site development per section 31604, 606, and 609 prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The parking areas and drive aisles will be constructed with an all-weather surface, meaning asphalt or concrete in accordance with section 31487. That the site design will maximize the use of existing trees and vegetation, and landscape screening will be installed and maintained per section 31609. That the applicant will construct a public sidewalk along the street frontage to connect to the existing sidewalks. That the permit will expire if not constructed within 6 months, not put to the proposed use within 120 days after construction, or discontinued for more than 6 consecutive months unless extended in accordance with section 31610. And finally, that the permittee shall notify the director of changes in ownership or operation of the tower within 30 days. At their regular meeting on May 11th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request by a vote of 5-2, with an additional condition recommending that the tower be camouflaged as a tree. Commissioners Sabri and Moss voted in opposition to the motion to recommend approval. The commissioners in opposition concurred with the residents that there's no need for a tower in this location. So with that, we have a couple of examples of what a camouflage cell phone tower could look like. This is an example that was provided by the applicant of a tower camouflaged as a tree. This is another example. You're all probably very familiar with this, this tower located on Long Avenue, and additional examples of camouflage cell towers. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Madam, so there were at least 12 in opposition of this request.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have the reasons or general reason or consensus as to why the residents were in opposition?
The consensus of those who spoke during the public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission was that, one, that they didn't feel that the tower was needed, that their cell phone service was already adequate, and that there was concern about the visual impact of the proposed tower.
And so what goes into, and I ask this question for a reason, again, because if there's a reason we're saying that it's not needed, what determines, who determines that there is a need for an additional cell tower typically?
Well, the cell phone service provider typically makes that determination. So in this case, I can't recall which service provider is proposing this tower, but their analysis indicates that there is a need in this location. So this was a site that was identified.
So the cell phone company
By the
determines
cell
what they
phone
need.
company
Correct.
as an appropriate location. I can tell you that there was a commissioner that polled the citizens that spoke in opposition about who their cell phone provider was, and it was not the one that has indicated that they needed
The need for
this
this.
tower.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Brown.
Ms. Messer, is there a zoning that we have that would allow a communications tower by right?
Yes, I believe it's the A Agricultural District allows a cell phone tower by right, as does, I believe it's M1.
Okay, so it's one of the two extremes, either really high intensity usage or agricultural usage.
I will say that there are certain caveats in there about the setback of that tower, and so there are criteria that need to be met even if there is an appropriate zoning designation. And given the size of this site, it would be difficult to meet those setback requirements.
Okay. And then one of the responses said that this area has 3 cell phone towers within 1,500 feet radius. Is that what we're tracking officially?
I haven't measured the exact distance to the existing tower, so I
But
don't know
there
the
are
answer to
3
that question.
fairly close together, relatively.
There are a handful in this vicinity, yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna, because it's a zoning case, I'll go at it this way. Under our CUP ordinance, one of the requirements for it, in order to approve a CUP, is that the underlying zoning would otherwise have to be sufficient for whatever is being built there. So in this case, it's not an ag and it's not M1, so the underlying zoning wouldn't be sufficient for conditional use permit, and a B3 for something that would require either of those zonings to have it by right.
No, ma'am. The intent of a conditional use permit is to allow the use that's being requested in a location that may not otherwise allow it.
Right, but there's other caveats to that within our ordinance. I'll show it to you. Hopefully we'll take a recess before we move into the regular meeting, and we can look at it. You can let me know if I'm just misunderstanding it. But regardless, I also live in that general vicinity. The cell phone provider that is requesting this knocked on my door wanting me to change service to them, bragging that in that area, they have the highest level of service with no skipping, no interruptions, no dropped calls. The internet that would be coming through the 5G would have no delays. So I find it hard to believe that it's necessary for this particular provider when they came to my door trying to sell me their service and promised me those things. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Councilmember Kendricks?
Ms. Missioner, now in that same area, that's off of East Tremere, do we anticipate any future growth as in houses coming to that area?
There are a number of projected new developments. Preserve at Thousand Oaks is one of them that's fairly close.
And with that being said, would you be able to give an estimate of the approximate number of homes that probably would come into that area?
My recollection is that Preserve at Thousand Oaks is roughly 900, somewhere between 900 and 1,000 lots.
So, just me thinking, when you get more people in the area, they use more cell phone. And I know I've been to events, and if everybody's on their phone at one time, the service goes down. And a lot of these companies now, they are using wireless internet. And right now, I take it most people, if your internet went down right now, you're going to be upset. If you don't have good service with your internet, you're going to be upset. So I think we ought to look at it in the aspect of the growth of the city. That's just what I'm thinking. Because if we don't, I mean, whatever happens with the vote, but I just think some people may move in that area, and you may even be in the room today, and then when you don't have service, then, you know, we're like, so that's all I got. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. It is now we're going to go into citizens' comments. Citizens will have 3 minutes to speak with 1 minute time allotted for city council to respond with a statement or explanation without engaging in dialogue. Madam City Attorney, please call the first name.
Michael Fernino?
I find it interesting, Mr. Kendrick is more concerned about cell signal when it regards to population increase, but I'm in my second decade now of talking about we don't have enough in terms of city service. We keep expanding the city, but talk about code enforcement. Phrase quality of life was used several times by several candidates ad nauseum recently. Basics, basics, basics. We can't seem to spend money on the things that really matter. Again, code enforcement. Sinfully understaffed, underfunded, and at a recent town hall meeting that we were at with Mr. Bass, that was a constant thing. And we want to spend money on the big stuff, and we're not getting anywhere with that. So I find it funny that cell signal is more important than code enforcement and a city department getting more funding. With regard to tax money on this budget preview, we host all these festivals downtown, especially with city employee overtime expenditures. How do we justify that? How much money, how much bang for our buck? How much money are we actually making on these events? How many people actually attend these events? Reports are always thousands and thousands, but I always seem to see photos that have 20 feet of daylight in between everybody. And when it's reported, everybody just takes it at face value. How exactly do we determine how many people are actually and truly at these events? I would really like to know. There's nobody down there with a 1, 2, 3 clicker. Not happening. The numbers are grossly inflated. Knock it off. Let's find out exactly how that happens. I think a specific agenda item when it comes to expenditure items should come up with the now useless animal quarantine facility. More specifically, how in the hell former Assistant City Manager Danielle Singh duped us all into spending 3 times the worth of the building, buying it from one of her friends in Jarrell, and then it was only discovered after we bought it, it didn't meet our needs. And how will we have to spend now nearly the same amount to rehab this building as what we did to buy it? I mean, that is not exactly fiscal responsibility in any universe. But I guess it was to him. Again, I mean, he only seems to bother you when he makes you folks look bad, Mr. Cagle. All right, the public, I think the taxpayer that is owed a full explanation regarding $20 million we still haven't answered for with regards to septic systems. Did the money ever exist? Was the state just lied to? Or if it did exist, did you not only lie to the state but spend it elsewhere? Is that perhaps how we dealt with the data breach? I find it difficult to believe that much larger cities, such as Dallas, et cetera, were able to fend off the forces of evil, and they had to pay, but somehow Killeen managed to not pay the data breachers. There's a lot going on with this $20 million. What the hell are you doing with our money? We deserve an answer. $20 million, Mr. Cagle. You never disputed that figure. How about telling us what the hell you did with it? Did it exist? Did it ever happen? What's the truth?
Okay, City Attorney? Thank you, sir.
Gwendolyn Everett?
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening, ma'am.
City Council, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support, continued support of the development of the Children's Museum and Library for the City of Killeen. Several months ago, this council took the first steps by supporting further study of this concept. Today, we are discussing potential partnerships, locations, and funding opportunities that could make this vision a reality. I want to thank the council, staff, and community members who have continued moving this conversation forward. Killeen is the largest city in Bell County. We are one of the most diverse communities in Texas. We are home to military families from across this nation and around the world. We are home to the generations of families who have built businesses, churches, schools, neighborhoods, civic institutions that have helped shape this community. Our children deserve a place that reflects that history. A children's library and museum should be more than a building. It should be a place where children can learn through exploration, creativity, and discovery. It should be a place where they can develop a love for reading, science, technology, engineering, and culture, as well as history. It should be a place where imagination is encouraged and curiosity is rewarded. As our community continues to grow, we are constantly discussing infrastructure, roads, utility, drainage, housing, economic development. Those investments are important. However, the most important investment that our community can make is to our children. When we create opportunities for our children to learn, explore, dream, we are investing in the future workforce, the future educators, the future healthcare system, the future professionals of our community, as well as future military leaders. I also believe this project presents an opportunity to tell the story of Killeen. Many of our children know very little about the history that surrounds us. They deserve opportunities to learn about the people, cultures, military heritage, businesses, neighborhoods, and communities leaders. May I please have another moment?
Counsel? Yes, ma'am. May
Thank you.
continue.
When children understand where they come from, they are better prepared to understand where they can go. As Bell County and our surrounding communities continue planning for the future, growth, and future challenges, we must also be intentional about creating opportunities that strengthen families, expands education, encourage literacy, and provide positive experience for our young people. A children's library and museum is not simply a project for today. It's a long-term investment in the next generation. I encourage the council to continue pursuing partnerships, funding opportunities, and community engagement that will move this initiative forward. The legacy we leave behind will not be measured by only the buildings we construct, but by the opportunities we create for the children who we inherit for the city after us. Thank you for your time, your service, your commitment to the future of the city of Killeen.
Thank you, ma'am. City Attorney?
Dr. Sue Nisi Croft.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As
Good
council,
evening, ma'am.
as Council discusses the Drainage Fund Utility Fund and potential fee increases, I would like clarification regarding the benefits property owners are receiving in exchange for those fees. According to the financial According to financial information provided, the drainage utility fee receives millions of dollars annually through charges for services and currently maintains a positive fund balance. My concern is not whether the city has the authority to collect a drainage fee. My concern is understanding how the benefits to individual properties are managed. My property was developed in 1965 and relied on natural drainage patterns long before roadway expansions, projects, and the installation of stormwater infrastructure. When the roadway was expanded from 2 lanes to 5 lanes, drainage systems were added that altered the natural flow of water in the area. Since those changes, I have experienced a decline in loss of trees, vegetation on my property, and have incurred $116 of costs, associated costs for tree removal, and that was last month's bill. In fact, the city has records reflecting tree removal services at my property. Therefore, before increasing drainage fees, I would like to know what specific benefit is my property receiving from the drainage utility system? Has the city evaluated whether roadway drainage improvements alter historical drainage patterns affecting adjacent private property? And if a private owner believes drainage modifications have negatively impacted vegetation, trees, or drainage conditions on private property, what process exists for review and investigation? As drainage fees increase, I believe residents deserve a clear understanding of both the benefits provided and the process for addressing unintended impacts. The drainage utility is funded by fees charged to the property owners. Before increasing those fees, how does the city determine whether property owners are receiving a measurable benefit, and what process exists for reviewing unintended impact on your property, especially mine? I have over a half an acre of my trees gone, a half an acre. What once was a beautiful place is now just weeds and dying trees. And I hope you all have a good Juneteenth weekend.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was the final citizen comment. Citizen signed up for citizen comments. I do want to note, because I saw some questions, we have people signed up for public hearing that will be later.
Thank you. Council Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions that I definitely would like to have us address, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Specifically, a question regarding the downtown events. I'd like to start there if possible. That question was asked about our downtown events and how do we track them. It's actually a pretty cool process. I hope that, oh, Kate's here. Oh, good. Okay.
Good afternoon,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kate.
Thank y'all for having me. So we actually have a program that both downtown and tourism use. It's called Placer, and it is a geofencing software. So speaking of cell phone towers, we can geofence the area, usually the historic district, and every cell phone that comes in, it pings. And so we're able to track exactly how many people are in there to better prepare for emergencies, but also to know how many people to expect for next year. So all of those numbers are coming directly from a third-party report that tells us how many people are in the boundary.
Thank you. That was Kate. He does have a question for Ms. Kate.
Ms. Kate?
Yes, I have a simple question, where how you said everything is off of the cell phones, pinging and everything. Has the attendance increased over the years from specific events? Have the attendance increased?
Absolutely. So our smallest event 3 years ago was just over 1,000 people, and then this last year we saw over 7,000 people at that same event. So Our smallest event this year is estimated to be about 6,000 to 7,000 people, so that's a significant increase from where we started.
So that was a 6,000 people increase.
Yes, sir.
That's great. I mean, we're doing great things. Thank you.
And Ms. Kate, the last two events, there were like close to 11,000, and one of them maybe over 11,000, correct?
Yes, sir. According to those placer reports, that's how many people were in the boundary. And so that, again, is over the time. So if we have a 6-hour event during that time frame, we saw 11,000 people enter into that downtown boundary.
Any other questions for Ms. Kate? Councilmember Brown?
I'm sorry, what are the boundary limits on that?
So we pull two. We have the Historic Overlay District, which goes from Avenue D and 4th Street to 8th and D to 8th and B to 4th and B, basically. And then we have the greater downtown boundary, which is basically from Rancier down 10th to College, and then it stops above Veterans.
Which one are we using to count people for these events?
So we use both. So we have the Historic Overlay District, and so for our last post, we had 7,000 people in the Historic Overlay District, and then 11,000 in the greater downtown boundary.
I'll touch base with you afterwards because I know we have apartments down there and stuff in the HOD.
And so it does count for residents, so it is able to account for people who work in the district and for residents in the district, so we can add that number or take that number out. And so those numbers are separated from visitors who are just visiting the district. And we're also able to track how far they've came, and so we're excited to be able to bring in people from outside of our city as well.
I would absolutely love to talk to you about that later. And then one more question, not for you though. The other question that was brought up is, I guess, Mr. Cagle, could you explain what the benefit of the drainage fee is to the everyday resident and property owner, please?
Sure, and the drainage fee's not, there's no request to increase the drainage fee. The drainage fee does have citywide impact. It serves a lot of purposes other than just directing water. There will be some point in time in the future when we probably have to treat this water runoff. So one of the things that's funded out of the drainage utility is the street sweeping. You see them on the streets every day, all across the city. That's funded from there. We do drainage projects where we have flooding. At this point in time, I only know of one house in the city that gets water in it due to flooding, and that's due to not really a drainage issue. So it's not like we have issues where homes are being flooded. So a lot of that was taken care of long ago. Obviously, if you've been driving around downtown the past few weeks, you saw a lot of flooding in the streets. And that's because we use streets in Killeen. That's the design. It's not underground, it's in the streets. So it will be specific drainage projects. We'll see some in the capital projects budget at the next meeting. Street sweeping, and those are the main services. And if someone has a specific problem on their property, we're happy to go look at it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
And thank you for saying that, Mr. Cagle, because she had several questions, and so if we could just flag that constituent to make sure we answer, because she had some process questions as well that I think we
Sure.
answered offline.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
just need to connect with our city engineer, and we'll take a look at it.
Okay. There were also, and I have just a few more, there's a couple questions regarding, I know that there was a response on the $20 million
Sure.
charge. Yes, sir.
Sure, I can address that. Obviously, this happened long before I was here, but I'm happy to answer the question and take responsibility for it. It's going to be a long answer. So right now, we have a water sewer master plan, maybe $130 million roughly in projects. That's not funded. Only a very small portion of it is funded. So decades ago, when we had that water and sewer master plan, there was $20 million of projects identified of areas that did not have sewer service but were on septic. And that was, at that time, that was the dollar amount that was estimated to get those properties on sewer. And the city proceeded with that. The property that I can think of, the neighborhood I can think of most is kind of the Stagecoach Turkey Trot. They're large lot, but they're not acreage lots. And there was really an issue there because those lots were, by today's standards, too small for septic. So the city went in with the contract to lay in all the sewer lines and got a price to decommission the septic tanks and to run the service lines through the private property to connect to the sewer, and got a volume price for all those residents that they could either pay that price or they were allowed to pay it out on their utility bill over a certain amount of time. I can't think, because the city shouldn't be doing paying for the work on the private side. So the biggest problems were dealt with, and if I recall, I don't know, it was $6 or $7 million were spent. And the city continued, but there weren't any more serious problems like that, and the city was putting sewer lines in the ground, and no one wanted to tie on. So we were putting empty pipe in the ground. And the lots that were left were even larger, 2, 3, even 5-acre lots. So if you're going to run a sewer line in front of a 5-acre lot, that's only going to serve one person, and then that person, their house is probably far from the road, and that's where the sewer lines go. They're going to have to pay to decommission their septic tank and then run a sewer line on their private property a very long distance from behind their house, around to the front, all the way to the road, at a very high cost. If it's rock, it could be somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 on the private side. Nobody wants to do that. And once again, the city would have been putting empty pipe in the ground. So that's part of the answer. The other answer is that residents that have sanitary sewer service to their houses, they paid for that when they bought their house. And so if we're going to ask for the residents that paid for their own sewer when they bought their house to run sewer in areas that don't have it, you're asking them to pay for their sewer as well. And then you're going to get a demand, and you're going to hear the complaint, I want you to pay for my private side as well because it's so expensive. And I just want to say this is not an uncommon situation. In Texas or in the United States, there are often areas that are large lot, either due to topography or just the size of the lot, that it doesn't make a lot of sense to run sanitary sewer. Septic makes a lot more sense, and that's what we're left with. And it has nothing to do with taxes, has nothing to do with annexation, because either those services were paid for when the home was bought, or they're paid through the water and sewer fee. They're not paid for by taxes. Try to give a comprehensive answer there, but there's not $20 million missing. I can assure you of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cagle. We're going to take a break. We'll return with the regular session. This meeting to order. Thank you for your patience. We will continue because of, we want to continue with the public comments because we understand that there were, some were not able to sign up for that. Is that permissible, City Manager?
If you would like to reopen the citizen comments, that's up to you, Mayor, yes.
I would like to give them the opportunity because they, so if you have not signed, if you wanted to speak and you could not, please do that at this time. And I believe that there was someone else that, in terms of an email situation. City Manager, City Attorney, do you have any names?
I've gotten a couple of extra public hearing citizen comment forms. I do not have any additional citizen comment forms at this time. Or do I have someone else who wants to sign up?
Okay. Okay, so we're good with the public comments. Okay, we'll continue. Okay, we'll now go into regular session. Madam Secretary, would you please read the consent items?
The consent agenda.
Consent agenda, please.
Item MN 26019, RS 26093, RS 26094, RS 26095, RS 26096, RS 26097, RS 26098, RS 26099, and RS 26100.
Okay, I will take a motion on the consent items. Councilmember Brown?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented with the inclusion of the nominations made for various vacancies.
It was motioned by Councilmember Brown to include the nominations for Board Adjustment vacancies, all of these vacancies. Can I get a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I second that, sir.
And it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. All in favor signify by yes. All opposed, no.
Councilmember.
Okay. Okay, the motion passed 5 to, the motion passed 5 to 0. 5 to 0. Councilmember Beverly Williams not voting. Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
Public hearings, PH 26018, hold a public hearing and consider a memorandum resolution approving the proposed fee schedule for fiscal year 2027 to be effective October 1st, 2026.
Council, Mrs. Tanglewood has made the presentation. Would y'all like for her to review it again? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we do have there was a question about historical revenues and animal control, and I believe we have that answer if you would like to hear that.
Okay. This is in reference to what we're talking. Yes, yes. Council, is that presented by Mrs. Tanglewood?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Amanda Moore
Yes, ma'am.
will answer the question, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
Okay, so we did look into some of the questions that were asked. Animal adoption fees have remained unchanged for the past 3 fiscal years, at $40 for sterilized animals and $25 for unsterilized animals. In FY24, we had an adoption revenue of approximately $56,000. FY25, we had an approximate revenue of $54,000. The projected rate for FY26 is $43,000. I'm out of breath, guys, sorry. And that is mostly due to, as Ms. Brown pointed out, we have hosted quite a few more free and reduced cost adoption events, and approximately half of the animals were adopted at those events.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there, Councilmember Brown?
Can we attribute, I know this might be subjective, but can we attribute some of the reduced number of euthanasia due to space because we've had more adoptions going out at these events?
Absolutely. There's a reason why it dropped so drastically.
Okay. And I think for me, that just kind of supports my thought process that we look at and recalculate, maybe bringing those down below even that $40 to where we might bring in more revenue to make up the difference.
So we can consider that. However, I will caution you, studies have shown, especially in animal sheltering, that even if you're running a name your price adoption event or something along those lines, people are more apt to adopt or to come to the facility because of the event itself. If they're just normal fees, it doesn't really do much to increase adoptions and increase public coming to the door.
And this is just completely out of nowhere, except for the fact that I watch a lot of YouTube shorts. I love the ones that show animal adoption places where you pay a fee, you come in, you sit in a circle, you release the dog, and then the dog picks their adopter.
I love those too. I found out most of them are AI.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate.
But I do like watching those.
I would love to try one not AI if we ever have a chance. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the council? Questions? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to open up public hearing. Public hearing is now open. City Attorney?
Sorry, I didn't have my, Karen Kit Chapman.
Take your time. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello to all of you. My name is Karen Kit Chapman. I moved here 4 3/4 years ago, but I came from Washington State, from Spokane. While living in Spokane, I was the assistant to the director of a senior center for over 5 years. I ran that center with 7 employees, over 600 members, and Cinto Senior Center was part of 5 senior centers in the area that we joined together and worked together for the good of the seniors. The price back then for membership was only $12. I called this morning, they had raised it to $30 a year, and if it was a couple, it was $45. We had an active senior center from 8 in the morning to 10 at night, 7 days a week. We had so many activities that we kept, and we were basically self-sufficient with using the Older American Act, Medicare, other financial subsidiaries that helped out, the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation, the County Parks and Recreation, plus major grants that we did not have to go out and beg for money from the clients. We had the Spokane Community Colleges who would fund our ballroom for exercise classes for all the seniors without any cost or a $12 a quarter cost for our seniors. We held fundraisers all the time, like Apple Pie Day, where people would come in and buy a slice of apple pie with ice cream. One time, we made over $150 just on that one afternoon. We had a cafe that opened up that you could go get croissants and donuts and coffee and pay, I can't remember how much, $3 back then. I am sure it's more like $5 or $6 now. The place was packed all the time. We had over 450 members that actively visited our senior center every month. We had tourism programs. We had a generous donation of a 24-passenger motor coach so we could take tours. When I started, the tour deficit account was negative close to $1,000, $1,200. And within the 5 years, I had raised enough to have that be profitable by $5,000 because we worked together to get it done. We had a developmentally disabled program that worked there. We were state funded for that. And we worked very, very hard with a lot of grants and donations from the community, not from charging our seniors. If you look at today's Social Security, the average person gets $2,108. Their rent is $1,200. They have to buy their food, they have to buy their car expenses because there's not a transit company that works like Spokane Transit within a few blocks of every single home. And people just cannot afford to go and spend that kind of money, and you're going to lose people going to the senior centers if you put a charge on them. They can't afford it. A lot of times, they can't afford it. Coffee costs $3,000. That's what they're spending and giving it away free. They're giving away T-shirts. Where's the money coming from that?
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay,
Unless
you got my point.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're sure welcome.
Thank you. City Secretary, City,
Thank you. Patsy
Attorney?
Bracy.
Okay, I'm Patsy Bracy. I think we picked the wrong agenda. If we're going to speak, we need to be here at 6 or 5. We had a whole half of the senior center was here tonight. We just need to get clarification. That's all we need.
What are you speaking on, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to speak on 25018. Spoke about the universal fee. Maybe we should.
Can you stop the clock, please?
I'm sorry?
Excuse me,
Yes,
just
sir.
for 1 minute. I'm going to hold your time. Is she speaking on the correct item?
Yes, 26018, the fee schedule is on this agenda, and that's the public hearing we're on.
If that's what you want to speak on, that's my question.
We feel like we spent the evening with y'all. Anyway.
Okay, you can continue.
They're addressing that as a universal fee. Maybe we should change that to senior center membership, because that $100 plus is going to cover both of the centers that are open, if we ever get that one open again. And the people that come out of our district should pay more, because they come there and they're entertained by the people that we bring in. They eat the food, they eat the gifts, and I think that they should have to pay more. And there is an alternative. It's called Silver Slippers. I'm saying slippers all the time. Silver Sneakers. If you belong to a certain health care, they will reimburse Parks and Recreation for all of these activities they'd want to charge. Now, some of these people, that's all they come to the center for, is exercise. They have the senior Snicker card. and they shouldn't have to pay. But here's the other side of that. I called Silver Sneaker yesterday and asked them if they have that card, should that cover their membership in the senior center? And I was told yes. You feel free to call them, and you'll get the same answer I did. That is one alternative, but they cannot afford to pay these fees individually. If you add up all the fees that you're asking them to pay, it's $110 a month. And a lot of these people live off of $800, $900 a month. Some of them are just here because their kids are in the military and they don't have nothing. They depend on that facility they get one meal a day. I really believe that. I really believe that. That free meal that they get, I think it. Because if we have extra meals left over, we're allowed to give them to the seniors. That's what they tell us to do. And they line up for them so they will have something to eat for supper. You cannot ask them to pay individual fees due to their financial structure. Please don't do that. I would like for you to consider the universal fee of $100 and some change. They could pay $10 and some change a month. And if we had been thinking, we could have set it up on bi-monthly, every 3
Excuse me,
months you
ma'am,
pay it.
your
you know.
time is up.
My time's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, please don't do that to them. Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Michael Fornino?
Mr. Cagle might actually be surprised that I will agree with him on some of his central points over the years on this. All right, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Okay, I'm not saying charge our seniors out the eyeballs. However, the reality is we're paying for 2 senior centers as it is. That's just the way it is. There's no way around that. So at this point, any fee establishment or increase for the senior center is justified. And I'm not saying to charge everybody out the eyeballs. I'm not saying that in any way. And as I said, we are in effect paying for 2 senior centers right now. And bear in mind, many are already benefiting from the VA tax exemption, and some are collecting 2 and 3 pensions, DOD pension, their Army pension, and their property taxes are capped at 65. Okay? Consider me. I don't have any children. I'm not a senior citizen. I'm paying for a school system I don't use. I'm not the only guy like this, but we do exist. Okay? I'm not getting any benefit out of the school system. I'm not getting any benefit from the senior center because I'm not using it. However, I get charged out the eyeballs when it comes to all the other fees in this town. It's like I'm being included to pay for things that I don't use. I mean, if I do use something, I'm going to pay for it. I'm sorry, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not bashing anybody, but there's other things to go on here. I mean, when we're talking about other funding and stuff like that, that's tax money. We're talking about Medicare, that comes from tax money. The government has no money. The government has collectively our money. That's government spending 101. If you think the government has money, you need to go back to school and learn that rule. You know, Killeen has no money. Killeen has our money. It's not unreasonable to ask for an establishment of fees. I mean, I understand that, you know, we are a larger town and all that, but I mean, perhaps, maybe at some point, when it comes to finance and all that, famously, I don't go into minutia because that's not my lane, but maybe some sort of an a la carte thing. Hey, if you use this, you have to pay this much. Like, I mean, how many seniors are using the basketball court? I don't know. How many are using the pool? I don't know. How many are using the weight room, you know, and jacked up on steroids? I don't know. I mean, that could happen, but I'm just saying that the reality of it is pay for what you use, but you still have to pay. I'm not saying some people, you know, as Ms. Bracy said, probably can't afford to pay the full boat on some things, but why not have some sort of a tiered structure, gold, silver, bronze package or something like that? If you just to come to the center and have a meal and hang out and have coffee with friends, play checkers or whatever, whatever it is, that's got to be low cost, but all the other services cost money. I mean, for instructor fees. May I have another minute, please? I mean, just so I can break this down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. It just, when it comes to that, I'm not saying that everybody's entitled to something free, but, you know, bearing in mind income restrictions and considerations, perhaps we could juggle that around a little bit and just à la carte, pay for what you use. I mean, I'm sure that that is more than workable. I mean, if you only use the pool tables or the gym, I mean, I'm really not familiar with the facilities over there in detail, but I think that if you broke it down, I think that that would be a better bargain back and forth for the city. The city's not providing things that aren't being used, and the seniors aren't being charged for things that they're not using. So, I mean, I think that would be a good bridge in the middle somewhere.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney.
Lan Carter.
Lane Carter. Lane Carter.
That's the last person I have signed up for this public hearing.
Okay, if that's all, we will say public hearing is closed. And council, what is your desire? Need a motion. I'll take a motion, resolution. Councilmember Brown?
Before I make any motion, Mayor, would it be possible to have Mr. Murphy come back up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
I just want to clarify a couple of things for the speakers. The non-residents are going to have a slightly higher cost than our residents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And although we're calling it, for this purpose, a universal fee, it is actually a senior center membership that applies to both centers?
Yes, ma'am, as well as the First National Bank Family Recreation Center.
And then also the aquatic, the swimming program, we have a partnership with Harker Heights. Is that also?
That is for the training of our lifeguards. We don't get access to a year-round aquatics facility, and it's being that our aquatics facility is seasonal, that is the only thing that would be excluded from the membership.
Okay. I know I talked to you over at the center about the Silver Sneakers program and how that applies. Could you explain how that would or would not work in this case?
One, it is based on whoever the individual's insurance provider is an additional service. What they don't realize is that when they pay those premiums, they're paying it to their insurance provider to be a member of Silver Sneakers. Silver Sneakers covers exercise physical activity. It doesn't cover a lot of the leisure services programs. So for those who like to do the pottery, the art, the sewing, that Silver Sneakers does not cover that. They do have a mission statement that says wellness and well-being, but it doesn't talk about social engagement. It is talking about physical activity, health-wise. As of right now, anybody who has a Silver Sneaker membership would be able to come into the Family Recreation Center and work out and use any of the equipment. It doesn't cover personal trainers. Would be the same when we do get the Killeen Community Center open, where it's a caveat and different because the senior center is its own standalone facility with a very small fitness center, and most of those classes that they participate in take place in that Family Recreation Center. That is that gray area.
And then finally, I know that this sounds like a small amount of money, let's say just shy of $10 a month, but for some of our seniors, they are living, one check to the next and barely getting by still. You and I have talked about a potential for another program to assist those individuals in those need. Can you explain that, please?
We are exploring every option from grants to public-private partnerships, sponsorships, anything of nature to offset those costs. The reality of it is that when you do these things, it goes the way of the economy. We just experienced a period where the federal government tightened the restrictions and froze funding for grants. And the grant process is very competitive. It could be a situation where you get it one year and don't get it the next year. We're looking at trying to maintain sustainability across these programs. When you're talking about donation or public-private partnerships, it's only as good as that community partner wants to stay invested. Again, when the economy gets tight, you don't have a lot of people making donations. You don't have a lot of businesses wanting to open their coffers and say, hey, we'll offset the cost and underwrite that program or that opportunity, because it's like, simple analogy, it's like squirrels. This is the season of gathering nuts, and everybody's trying to store up as much as they can. So there's very little coming out to support civic engagement, community services. Now, once the economy shifts and it goes back and there's a wealth of it, you'll see more giving. But again, that's an ebb and flow, just like the tide. We're trying not to ride that. We're trying to find a constant point where we're able to maintain the quality of services that they've known, come to enjoy, and love participating in.
I'll just ask if, until we can get a program put in place, if you know that we have particular members who are struggling with it, if you could just quietly let us know, because we all have community contacts who I'm sure would like to help support our seniors that are in that situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
All right.
Councilmember Bass.
Am I correct that we will vote on the fee schedule tonight?
That is correct.
Am I correct that if I vote yes for the fee schedule, I will be voting yes for a $115 senior center membership fee / universal fee for residents?
Yes.
Which will not include any charges for the pottery class or any of the quilting class. That's off the table now. That will be zero.
Yes, sir.
That will be covered by this $115 fee.
Yes, sir.
And the non-resident fee will be $130?
Yes, sir.
And that's what I would be voting yes for.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And also to add to that, that's including when the other center comes online,
Yes, sir.
and including the
First National Bank Family
First
Recreation
National
Center.
Bank.
Yes, sir.
So it's a total of 3 buildings.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Brown?
So I would actually make a motion, because our presentation still has the monthly, or the per event monthly fee in it, to bring this back on July 7th with it demonstrating the senior center fees changed over to the senior center membership fee. Also with removing a $21 fee for the brush pickup, and allowing us to have a chance to discuss those fees for adoptions. That is not for you. It was part of the motion for the council, but that'll give us the opportunity to have 2 more weeks to consider those amounts for animal services adoption fees, and also that $21 brush fee. But it would also bring back and demonstrate, so it's on paper, that the fee structure was changed.
Okay. City Attorney, so that's 2 things in one that we can do? Or do we need to do it individually?
The council could request to separate that motion out if it wants to, but the motion is to bring back the whole item July 7th with changes to the presentation, and to remove the $21 brush fee. That's the motion that I have? Mhm.
That's your motion. Okay, so it's a motion on the floor. Could you repeat the motion again, Councilmember Brown, please?
So a motion to bring back the fee structure at the July 7th meeting with the senior center fees changed to reflect the senior center membership, and removing the $21 fee for shrub or brush pickup, and any potential changes for the adoption fees.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There is. And second by Councilmember Kimball. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, discussion, correct. Discussion. Councilmember Kimball.
So, thank you. So can we just, without bringing it back, can we just take care of it through a proper motion right now to adjust it instead of bringing it back? We already have a full agenda the next few weeks. Based on the
Attorney?
presentations from the three department heads, make the adjustment to the fee schedules based on the presentations today and do it all today.
City Attorney, comment.
As long as it's extremely clear what you're wanting to do, and I think it is clear with regard to if you're wanting to adopt the changes that were presented tonight, but in this motion, there were also changes to remove fees that were presented. But I believe that as long as you make a clear motion that those are the fees you want to remove and everybody's on board, we could do that tonight.
Okay, this is not working. Councilmember Brown?
So, just a question for clarity for the city attorney, when you said we could break them out. So in that case, could we adopt everything minus those animal service adoption fees if there were a second motion made for that? And only review that one section next time?
Yes, if you wanted to adopt the fee schedule minus, without adopting any changes to the animal services fees tonight, and then a separate motion to bring back the animal services fees on July 7th, you could do that.
So then if Councilman Kimball would withdraw his second, I will rescind my motion.
I withdraw my second.
And I rescind my motion, and I'll restate the motion to move to accept the fee structure, changing the senior center fees to reflect a senior center membership fee, remove the $21 brush fee, with the exception of the animal services fees.
Is there a second?
I second motion.
A second by Councilmember Kimball. Discussion. Okay, Councilmember Kendricks.
City Attorney, I think we should separate each one of these for the simple fact I'm not in agreement with all of them, so I would like for them to be separated.
Okay. Right now, the motion on the floor is to accept accept the fee schedule with the changes to the senior center that were presented tonight, and removing the brush fee, and not voting on animal services. So if you want to vote that motion, at this point, there's a motion and a second, and so there needs to be a vote on that motion. And so if you vote against it, then a new motion can be made separately.
Thank you.
Okay, so while we're in discussion mode, we're saying removing the brush fee. I want to get clarity on that. Removing the brush fee totally?
If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in the proposed changes, there was the addition of a $21 fee for brush pickup. Based on the fact that staff said for at least this year, we can get by without having that fee added to it, that would give us a year to evaluate that and what other options we might have before we put a new fee on that utility bill. And so I'm just asking that we don't approve that right now so we can hold off and review what those other options are instead of adding that one new fee onto the utility bills.
But my question, and I can get it from the Public Works,
Mr. Dudley.
how much difference, Mr. Cagle?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Thank you.
So, on the brush fee, I think we should do something, start something, but it doesn't have to be that high. We're about to have a budget look, and There are no supplements that we're able to approve in solid waste, but we have some options. And I would think maybe we start, if we could start with a reduced fee, we can, solid waste fund is in okay shape. And I think maybe if we could just try something half, and because there's some other things we can do in the solid waste fund. But I think it is important to start charging for this service. And I think we can make that work, if that helps, just throwing it out there.
So I would like to amend my motion then. So I'll amend the motion to accept, to bring back, with the senior center fee membership, and then to reduce the brush collection fee from $21 to $10.
The motion has been amended. Now, go ahead, continue. And second? Second by Mr. Kimball? Councilmember Bass.
Is the adoption fee?
Excuse me, sir, we need a second. We need a second to the amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? Okay, there is no second to the amendment, and that amendment fails. Motion fails. Councilmember Kimball?
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilman Kendrick had a great point. I think, just for clarity, I think we have the base fee schedule. I say we take the senior center individually, then we take the solid waste individually, and we take the animal control or animal services individually, based on the presentations that were amended tonight.
Okay, so is that a motion?
It can be. I was just, we're still in discussion, so I think Councilman Kendrick brought a good point. If we want to move on it tonight.
I'll rescind my motion to allow that to happen.
Okay, because there was a motion on the floor, but motion second rescinded.
Been rescinded. So, that being said,
So she rescinded.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the fee schedule that was presented at our last council meeting, and then we separate the animal services presentation, we separate the solid waste presentation, and we separate the senior presentation for individual up and down votes.
Second.
Council?
I was going to second the motion, but
Yes, it
I
was.
wasn't acknowledged, so, okay. I'm good.
Councilmember Kendricks, you are not acknowledged. You are acknowledged.
No, someone seconded before you acknowledged them. That's what I'm saying. I was going to second it. I pressed the button.
So it was motion by Councilmember Kimball to separate individual. Can you repeat that, Mr. Kimball?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I think the motion was to, I move that we approve, or excuse me, that we vote on the fee schedule that was presented on last meeting, and we vote up and down on the fee schedules that were presented today from Animal Services, Senior Center, and Solid Waste.
Okay, so it was motion by Mr. Kimball and second by Councilmember Kendricks.
Sorry, if I can get clarification on that motion. When you first made the motion, I thought you were moving to approve the fee schedule, except separating out the senior center, animal services, and solid waste. When you restated it, I thought maybe you were just making the motion that we should just vote it, or you're voting to approve the fee schedule, but without the other three. Okay, right now.
Okay, so there's a motion, second. All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, so we would, do we need to do that begin with the, each one of those?
Yes, that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, and so we start with either
You
one
can
of them?
start with any of the three. I've got senior center, animal services, and solid waste that have been separated out.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
I'm going to start with the one that I think is going to be the easiest. So
Yes.
I move to approve the senior center fee schedule, changing the monthly program fees in lieu of the senior center membership.
It was motioned by Councilmember Brown. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Second by Councilmember Kimball. All in favor? Signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Did everyone vote? Councilmember Williams? Motion carries 6-0. Okay. Okay, I cannot see. Councilmember Brown?
I move to accept the solid waste fee structure, amending the brush pickup fee to $10.
Okay, it was a motion by Councilmember Brown to accept the waste, the brush fee by $10. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
It's second by Councilmember Bass. All in favor? Signify by yes. All opposed, no. The motion carries 4-2. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Brown.
This one, I don't know how to make a motion to approve it tonight. Because my request was based on having Ms. Moore come back with some more analysis on what would be potentially a more appropriate cost for that. So that is why my motion had been, and I'll try it like this. I move to table the animal services fees until the July 7th meeting.
Okay. It was motioned by Councilmember Brown to move the animal services to July the 7th. Is there a second? Councilmember Kimball.
Yeah, second for discussion. So,
Discussion.
so for moving the, what particular, Mr. Mayor, I don't, if you mind, I could talk to.
You
for
may.
the purpose for moving that, what purpose is that and what information do we need to?
So, and I could ask Ms. Moore to forward the email that she and I corresponded in that gives a breakdown of, over the past 3 years, the number of adoptions, the amount of revenue we've brought in based on the animal adoption fees that we currently have. Because I feel like between, and it's not just the adoption, with the surrender fees, also we have started to see a decline in the amount of revenue we're bringing in for those. So just to try to find a balancing point of where we have the most effective amount for operating the animal services department, but also making sure that the citizens are utilizing that either through adoption or through properly surrendering their animals and reducing the number of strays that we have.
Councilmember Kendricks.
And I'm trying to understand exactly what Councilwoman Brown is saying. If I could, speak?
Yes, yes, sir.
And I'm trying to remember exactly, what was that fee last year?
May we bring Ms. Moore back up?
Is Ms. Moore here?
I don't want to misstate it, but I believe she said right now it's $40, but then there are ancillary fees depending on the condition of the animal when they came in and anything that the shelter has had to do in order to prepare them for adoption. But, hi.
Hello.
Could you verify, did I have that information correct?
Yes, and a sterilized animal since FY '21, the adoption fee has been $40. For an unsterilized animal, since FY '24, the adoption fee has been $25.
And can you tell me what the benchmark was for that?
The benchmark for the area?
Yes.
So in FY '27, we are proposing to do more than what we have been doing. So for the benchmark, cities that are providing the services that we are looking to provide, such as sterilization and things of that nature, it was around the area of what we had proposed. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, that kind of answers my question. When we're doing this, we're providing a direct service, even though it's coming to that animal. We're preparing that animal for adoption.
Correct. In the past, we have not been able to sterilize any animals or provide rabies vaccinations for animals that are being adopted to the public. We do have our part-time vet on staff now, and then, am I clear to announce the new thing? Okay. We will have other vets coming in as well in the very near future. And we actually have our new surgery building being delivered tomorrow. So the majority of our animals prior to adoption will be sterilized and will be currently vaccinated and microchipped, which is a service we have not provided, an expense we have not incurred previously.
So we would be, if we charge the fee that you are recommending on your fee schedule, we will be closer to recovering what we spend on this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Brown.
I just want to clarify, per the presentation provided by Ms. Moore, for dogs, our benchmark average is $60.62 as opposed to the proposed $75. And for cats, the benchmark average is $53.31 as opposed to the proposed $60. So if we approve them the way they're presented on just the adoption, we would be above our benchmark city average on those two in particular. And again, the increases to the impoundment fees, I am concerned that we will have more, let me clarify with Ms. Moore, I understand the small and exotic, the ones that we've not had prior to, but the cats and dogs especially, I want to make sure we're not setting them at a point where we're going to have more strays, that then Animal Services has to go pick up those strays because they're not being properly surrendered in person due to the cost.
So in regard to impoundment fee, please let me remind you, if the animal is in compliance, there is no change to the fee for FY '27. The only change to the fee would be for animals who are not in compliance with city ordinance.
And I apologize, I meant to say surrender fee.
Okay, surrender
Yeah,
fee. Okay.
surrender fees. So the proposed increase to the surrender fees, I don't want that to inhibit more people from coming over and surrendering their animal to the shelter versus just releasing them, and then we have more strays, be it cats or dogs that are in the neighborhoods that then our ACOs have to go out and try to catch.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you for
City
correcting me
Manager?
on the benchmarks.
City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we're kind of far past 6 o'clock. Could we break, take this back up, and go into our CDBG meeting that was scheduled for 6
Yes.
o'clock?
Yes. So we're going to take a break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we do that? Now, we're in the midst of a motion in a second.
Yes, you have a motion and a second on the floor, but you can recess this and come back to it with that still on the floor.
Recess. Okay. Thank you for your patience. We call this the regular city council meeting back to order. Okay, so we had a motion on the floor. City Attorney, could you repeat that motion so we can just
Yes.
recap?
The motion on the floor is to table the animal services fees discussion until July 7th.
Okay, so it was motion and second. And we had discussion, yes, Councilmember Brown?
Sorry, one more question for Ms. Moore. And I don't expect you to have the exact answer on this, but have we seen an increase in the number of strays in the city of Killeen over the past 3 years?
Not in strays specifically, no.
Okay.
Like I said, our numbers have decreased slowly over the past few years, but I mean, everything's stayed fairly regular to the best of my knowledge, without having the numbers in front of me.
Right, and that's what my concern is, again, is the increase in the potential increase in the number of strays when we go so far above, and then I can go over to Harker Heights and adopt an animal that is spayed or neutered and microchipped at a lower cost.
I would have to look at their fees. This sheet, I did pull our
Yeah.
fees, but it doesn't have the breakdown for each individual city. I did look at the owner surrenders. So the only increase we had was in sterilized owner surrenders. We increased by $10, making it $45, and that was to bring it in line with benchmark. The unsterilized owner surrender fee stayed the same. And then if you'd brought me a litter of kittens tomorrow and said you wanted to surrender this litter of kittens, it's technically $75 per kitten. So the $80 owner surrender fee for litters of kittens, that's just encompassing everybody.
And I'm good with that one. Like I said, my two primary concerns are the adoption fees for cats and dogs, and then the surrender fees for a cat and a dog. So that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor signify by yes. All opposed, no. The motion carries 4-2. Madam Secretary.
PH 26019, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Vincent Gerard and Associates on behalf of First Assembly of God, Inc., case Z26-10 for a conditional use permit, to allow for the installation of a wireless telecommunication tower on property zone B3, local business district, being approximately 2.0 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, McClurkin Addition. The subject property is locally addressed as 7432 East Tremere Road, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 2 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, McClurkin Addition, from B3 Local Business District to B3 Local Business District with conditional use permit, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Council, Ms. Messer has reviewed the presentation, which I'd like for her to go over again. Okay? Okay. Would the applicant have any comments?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Vince Hebinger with Vincent Gerard Associates. I made a mistake and found out that I can't go through my PowerPoint, so I'm going to go by hand and then hand this out to you so you can look at the more important slides I had in there as well. One thing I noticed, this council looks for the best of Killeen. The previous agenda items showed that quite a bit. So why don't we just do a better communication system? 80% or more of the 911 calls come from mobile phone. Mobile phone dispatcher usually, or the police dispatcher usually can see exactly where you are if you're calling from a cell tower, not off Wi-Fi in a house. So there's something that Council Member Brown brought up earlier about the existing towers. Well, we've got a tower 1.2 miles northwest of us, Pinnacle Tower, that Verizon's already on. So this site is for Verizon, and it's going to be built for all carriers. There's also another tower 1.5 miles southeast of the Crown Tower that Verizon is also already on. So when I pass this around, you can see some of those maps as well. The most important thing here, that the site plan that Ms. Wallace showed is that we are building a 20-foot driveway per fire to get to the site. We're doing a turnaround. We're doing some detention there for drainage and stuff. We're also building a sidewalk along the entire lot of that area, so we're participating in this. There was some discussions earlier about who selects the site. Well, Verizon selects the site in a search ring, but that comes from customer demand. That does not come from Verizon Network Operations Center. They know where the drop calls are. They know where the bad situations are as well. So they issue the ring, and if the ring was in a perfect location, we'd go there. This is the only commercial in the area that we can find that is looking for the target area, and that is shown on the RF maps here. So look at that when I pass it around. The tower site is circled, and then the target area, the yellow area, is in vehicle and pedestrian coverage only. So they're looking to get a little bit further to the northeast in their coverage. Now, once you turn that site on air, it all takes care of that problem. So these people would benefit quite a bit, not the joining property owners that already have coverage right on East Tremere, but the people in that neighborhood to the north. We talked about values at Planning and Zoning Commission. We also talked about how the site complies with all the standards, setbacks, and requirements for the city of Killeen. It does. It's only Zone B3. We don't have any agricultural zone in this area. We don't have any industrial zone in this area. This is for rooftops, and this is for the existing rooftops there and the proposed rooftops that Ms. Wallace talked about. So they're behind the curve. They need to catch up and give this. This is not only a coverage site, this is a capacity site where I blame Apple because they invented these phones that run apps and emails and stuff like that. And they're at capacity. They're trying to offload some of those existing structures as well. So a value study I did for my own tower in my own neighborhood over the past 15 years, I looked at all those sites within 200 feet. And by the way, we're over 300 feet away from any residential lot across Tremere. And we're also tucked behind a bunch of live oaks in a perfect location, so it kind of blends in the back. Planning and Zoning Commission was to recommend a fake tree. Vertical
Sir.
Bridge will build it if
Thank
they
you.
have to. Okay.
You are-
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is open.
All right. First person I have is Donald Smith.
Moving a little slow, people, but I'll make it.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Don Smith. I rise in support of this tower. We have an opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen, to fix something before it breaks. We all talk about what? We talk about the population growing in this city. I'm just going to use a couple of examples here. Right down about a mile from where the tower is going to go, 200 new houses are going in. Now, conservatively, I said there'll be at least 500 new cell phones. On the other end of Chaparral, there's another big housing area going in. And let's just say that's another 500 cell phones, and that's very conservative. And now is the time for us to fix this problem. If you don't fix it, what's going to happen? A year from now, all these citizens that moved into this area, they're not coming to Don Smith. They're coming to you guys wanting to know why we didn't fix the cell phone problem before they moved in. And they're not going to care about any of the background, you know. So we need to make sure we're looking ahead on this thing and dealing with an increased population. Now, the First Assembly of God Church agreed to give up their land. I'm one of the board members there, and 100 of our members actually live in Killeen. Every one of them and the board supported this project, you know. And driving around Killeen, I saw a couple of places where towers were right beside civilian housing or housing. And so, you know, I think we have to, and my house is actually 400 feet from the proposed location, but I'm 100% for this project regardless of where my house is, because we've got to keep things moving in Killeen and growing. So I recommend to you, let's be smart and pass this thing, so when these new citizens come in and start buying these houses, if they don't have cell phones, their kids are going to raise holy H, and they're going to tell their friends about it. And but we can prevent this by some advanced planning, and this is a good example of how to do that. And people are going to say, wow, the council is really doing its job. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next person, Cecil Adams.
Good evening, sir.
I'm the pastor of First Assembly, a little hoarse because of yesterday. I was thinking about the comment of Councilman Brown. All of us have had those salesmen, even window salesmen, even solar panels. And but this tower, what's beautiful about it, it even uses your phone, because it's there when you're mobile, you're switching from tower to tower. They reciprocate, as the tower man already indicated. One of the negative comments that I had said to me, well, we don't need it, but a tower company's not going to come in and spend $1 million on something that's not needed. They're not going to make any money. And another thing, my phone at this moment is on 5G. And you were talking, Councilman, about internet and fiber optic. The church had to go on it because we upstream a lot of megabytes. But it has nothing to do with 5G. When my grandkids come over or they come to the church, they use 5G. They no longer ask for the password of the internet. All these young people are going on 5G, and we've got to have towers. when I go to a hotel, like going to Washington, I don't go on the hotel website, you know how that, downloading that junk. What I do, I turn this into a hotspot. That's what teenagers are doing. And there's got to be more towers because y'all didn't build that school out there, Chaparral, not knowing all those houses were going in there. And as the tower man said, there's no other location. They came to us, so you know what the area is. The second benefit I want to mention, the city of Killeen needs money. I've sat here all day listening. The beautiful thing about the tower, you get to tax it. So it's more money without you doing anything. And all those young people that have nothing to do but spend money on this is paying the taxes. Isn't that great? Because they might have to call 911 as much the way they drive. So
Thank you, sir.
That's the second thing. It's worth the taxes. The third thing is
Sir,
that I heard,
sir,
it lessens, I must
sir.
talk too long?
your time is up.
Just one third thing is,
You can ask
look
for.
at the preserve.
Sir?
Is it time up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm finished.
Your time's up. Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
Marissa Daniels? Okay, that was the last person I had signed up.
Okay. If there's no more comments, public hearing is closed. Okay, I would entertain a motion for the ordinance. Councilmember Bass.
I make a motion to approve the cell phone tower with discussion.
It was motioned by Councilmember Bassett. There is a, to approve the tower, Councilmember Kimball.
Second motion.
Second by Councilmember Kimball. All in favor, please signify by saying yes.
Discussion?
Oh, discussion, my apologies.
And I also have a question.
Yes, sir. You may ask your question,
So
Councilmember.
for the attorney, we need a supermajority for this?
That's correct, and it's a supermajority of council, all of council, so 6 affirmative votes are required to pass this
So
ordinance.
5-1 would defeat it.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I drove out there to take a look. I served as a signal officer in the Army, so I wanted to look at it from the point of view of a signal officer. That is hilly terrain out there. So I can understand why there would be some dead spots in that area. I spoke to the pastor. Full disclosure, the church will be paid $700 each month to have that tower on their property. So I just want us to know that. It's not a huge amount of money, but they are being paid to host this cell tower. I drove down the street of the residents whose backyards face where the tower will be. I understand their concern. Right now, I'm sure, sitting on their patio, they see a beautiful blue sky because they're lower than the church. And so they're looking up that hill, and when they're sitting on their patio, they're out in their backyard. Currently, they see a beautiful blue sky. At night, they see the stars. And so from understanding their objections, they do not want to sit on their patio and see a cell phone tower either in the day or at night. At night, obviously, it will have some lights on it. This is the trade-off of our modern society. We all want our cell phone to work. If there are residents in that area that their cell phones do not work or do not work adequately, there's lives at risk. They have to call 911, they have to call family members, and so as a city, we want to be sure that everyone in that area, that their cell phone works. And so from my point of view, we need to build the tower so that we can cover that area for the current residents and the future residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
It was my intention to just vote without comment, but I think in fairness to the applicant, I want you to know I intend to vote no on this, primarily because as far as zoning, cell towers are allowed in agricultural and manufacturing. This is neither. I don't think B3 is an appropriate setting for that. If I vote no on this, it would fail tonight. Or before we vote, you do have the opportunity to let Ms. Messer know that you'd like to withdraw your request today, and then come back at a time when we have all 7 council members and there's a potential that it could pass with the supermajority vote at that time. I'm sorry, sir, it's not discussion. I'm just letting you know where my position is so that you can talk to Ms. Messer before we vote. Okay. So that is my position on it. I understand that the church stands to be able to raise a substantial amount of money from this. There's a lot of revenue there. And I don't want to take anything from the church, but I have to look at this in its totality and what's best for the long term of the city, what we have as far as zoning and where the zoning is most appropriate. So in my opinion, and especially based on the number of individuals within that 200-foot zone, I will not be able to support this tonight. And I wanted to be fair to you to give you that chance to withdraw prior to me voting on it, to make sure, otherwise you have to wait a full year before you can come back. If you are able to, if you decide that you want to withdraw tonight, then it can come back at a much earlier point in time, if I'm correct, Ms. Clements.
Not, excuse me. City Attorney?
Sorry, I wasn't following all that. I know generally that is the case with zoning applications. If you withdraw it, it can't do. Ms. Messer, do you have something more specific on that right now?
So if the council were to deny this request tonight, the applicant, that's correct, would have to wait a full year to come back. One alternative would be for the applicant to withdraw their request. We've seen that happen before, and if an applicant withdraws the request, they essentially have to start back over, meaning they have to submit a new application with a new application fee to the city. It would go back through the Planning and Zoning Commission and be re-notified to the surrounding property owners, and then would come back to council. A third alternative would, of course, be for the council to postpone this item until their next meeting or a subsequent meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown? Can you?
That was my only question. I can't make a motion to postpone anything because there's already a motion on the floor, so.
I saw your name. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I just had a quick question for Ms. Mischer. I'm sorry, I know you just sat down. But I just want to make sure that what was proposed, and you mentioned, we talked about zoning, we talked about what zoning was, B3, et cetera, but you also touched on what a CUP was, and that in your professional opinion, the CUP is met by the standard. Is that correct, or are we saying that there's an actual challenge here to that particular recommendation? So my understanding is that you recommended CUP for this.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So for any given use in any particular zoning district, you have uses that are allowed what we call by right, meaning they're allowed without asking any sort of permission. A property owner can place that use there without asking the city for any permission. It's allowed to go there by right. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have uses that in any given zoning district are not allowed under any circumstances. There's no opportunity to request that the only solution is to rezone the property to a different zoning district. And then, so you've got uses that are allowed and uses that are not allowed. You also have the opportunity for any use in any district to request a conditional use permit. And a conditional use permit is for those types of uses that could be appropriate in a particular zoning district under certain circumstances, depending on the particularities of the proposed development, the character of the proposed development, the conditions that are attached to that development via ordinance, via the conditional use permit ordinance. So in this case, what we're recommending is a conditional use permit, meaning a cell phone tower is not allowed by right in B3 as it is in agricultural or in M1 and M2. So it's not allowed by right, but it's also not disallowed. It's allowed under certain circumstances with certain conditions attached. Does that help?
And I do understand that, and so for the citizens listening, I hope that was helpful. So I guess my other question would be, would there be an issue of going with a CUP versus going through the whole process of rezoning that land? If a conditional use permit authorizes you to use it conditionally, then what would be the
The
fallback of
ordinance
that?
is pretty clear that cell phone towers are allowed, again, by right in agricultural, or M1 and M2.
Yes, ma'am.
Or they're allowed by way of conditional use permit in other zoning districts such as B3.
So there is no fallback of either way. This is just another option without having to go through another process. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
I don't have any questions, but I think just with this, I would like to see the applicant possibly withdraw unless we did put a motion of, I believe it would be a motion of direction.
A motion of direction. So I think the other motion was discussed was a motion to postpone, but there is a motion on the table, so you could only move to postpone if that motion was withdrawn. The motion to approve. Or the second could be withdrawn.
Right. That's all I have.
Councilmember Bass.
I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
Motions have been withdrawn. Councilmember Bass? Okay, I'm sorry. Your name's, okay, so the motions has been withdrawn. So, City Attorney?
Another motion would
Councilmember
be
Brown?
proper.
I move to postpone PH 26-019 to July 7.
I second the motion, Mayor.
It was motion by Councilmember Brown and second by Councilmember Bass to postpone till July the 7th. Is there discussion? Any discussion? Melissa, Councilmember Bass? Okay, I'm seeing these names. Thank you. Okay, all in favor? Signify by yes. All opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, council members. Okay, Madam Secretary.
DS 26048, fiscal year 2027 budget preview.
City Manager.
Yes, sir. Mayor and council, this is a budget preview, not to be confused with our budget proposal that will be next week. This is just kind of a heads up. We would have done this earlier, but the agendas got a little loaded, so it got moved back. But here we are, and here's the calendar as it stands today, June 16th, discussion, the budget preview, and we've had the fee schedule hearing. And then July 7th, we'll have the proposed budget, and then we'll go on through this calendar. So a few things to be aware of. And now I'm talking all funds. Quickly, I'll be talking about specific funds, but this is citywide. Citywide, our electricity costs have increased dramatically, about 59%. And that's because for a long time, we had a contract that was extremely positive, and we'd locked that rate in for a long time. Half of our meters were 3.7 cents, and they went to 5.7, and the other half were 3.7 cents, and they went to 6.1. So overall, you blend those, that's a 59% increase in electricity. The rates we have are still very good, very competitive. It's just we had locked in some incredible rates for a very long time. We knew this day was coming. That's a big one. Transfers, you'll see in each one of the funds, transfers to internal service fund, especially technology internal service fund. We used some fund balance last year to get us over. Now we're really having to pay the piper for that. Although our employee medical insurance costs continue to rise, as we saw tonight, we're using the available fund balance because of our self-insurance fund, because we've been saving that money, because we are self-insured. We have beat industry averages since we've been self-insured by a wide margin, and I tell you, most cities in our area would be very pleased with the results that we had tonight with those increases that were passed on to employees. But it's still, we were able to offset those costs to employees because we had excellent reserves in our health insurance fund. Also, transfers to risk management fund are increasing due to higher liability insurance premiums that all categories of liability insurance are seeing across the state. And a 3% cost of living adjustment across the board is included for all eligible employees. And that's about $3.3 million on the cost of living adjustment. Some of the priorities that we had from our February meeting and that generally go from year to year is do our best to maintain current service levels, support employee recruitment and retention, address rising operating insurance costs, and preserve long-term financial sustainability. Now, going to the general fund. So this preview, we're not ready for the budget submission yet, but it's getting pretty close. And in order to balance the budget, we started the year with hoping to get a 4% pay increase in there. In order to balance it, we had to drop that. This shows a property tax increase of $2.7 million, and that would be an increase of 2 pennies from 71.04 to 72.15. And that generates almost $2.7 million. Some of that is from growth. Overall, the average home value this year dropped 2.1% in Killeen. Our DV reimbursement, this is it's a small number compared to the problem we'll talk about later, but it actually exceeded our expectations after the last legislative session when we saw what was happening. We thought we were going to be hit really hard, and we were, just not quite as hard as we thought. I'll put that in perspective later. Increase in ambulance fees, that's part of what we did earlier today, of $596,000. Fines, $200,000. And I'm sorry, I skipped the deployment reimbursement. That's for the fire department. We're quite often deployed to help other areas of the state or sometimes other areas of the country, and we get reimbursed for that. You're going to see an increase in overtime. We've never really budgeted for the deployment reimbursement. It's become so regular now, we think we should budget for it. Some of these decreases are just based on revenue projections on the trends that we're seeing. The franchise taxes down $241,000. Transfers in to the general fund, that's primarily from the water and sewer fund, $189,000 decrease. Interest revenue, you'll see this across most of the funds, down a bit. Bingo tax down, and subdivision plan review down, some of the major ones. I do want to talk about the disabled veterans exemption because we do have the preliminary tax roll. And once again, before I bring this up, I want to say I don't believe any elected or appointed Killeen official has ever been opposed to the veterans exemption. What we've asked is the state gave a benefit and it should be paid by the state. And Killeen residents are disproportionately impacted and having to pay a disproportionate amount of that statewide benefit. And so as you can see here now with the 26, 27 in, the preliminary roll, that DV exemption value is up to $2.6 billion. And if you go further over to this column, this shows you what the state reimbursement has been. At one point, we were reimbursed almost 50%. That is down to, this is a real number here now, this number 25, 26. 1.4 million. We were thinking it might be more like 900,000. Fortunately, we were a little bit off there and expect it to drop a little bit. Hopefully, we're not surprised in the other direction next year. This is an extremely significant number, and I want you to keep this in mind. This is an $18.5 million revenue issue. It is significant. No one's blaming veterans. We're asking the state to do what they said they were going to do. And if you remember, there was a fiscal note issued by the state that said the statewide impact, that gave a number for the statewide impact, and the city of Killeen on its own exceeded that in about the 4th or 5th year. We've blown it away by now. So when this went to the ballot, the state of Texas told voters it was not a big issue. It is a very big issue, especially for Killeen, especially for Copperas Cove, some other cities that have large retiree populations. One last way to look at this. Now, 8 years in a row, the increase in the DV exemption has exceeded all the new construction in the city. So if you look at the 2027 year, the annual this year's increase in DV exemption was $223 million, and all the new construction in the city was $137 million. You have to go back to 2019. Let me clear that. 2019, when the annual increase in the DV exemption was $123 million and our new taxable value was $130 million. That's the last year that new construction was greater than the increase in the DV exemption. And so if you go back to 2018, I'll say 9 of the last 10 years, the increase in DV exemption has been greater than all the new construction in the city. It is a very serious issue. Now, some of the major expense changes in the general fund, 3% cost of living is about $2.6 million. As I said, the civil service overtime increase, this is police and fire, mostly fire, but half of that, almost half of that is covered by budgeting the revenue now. Civil service steps, for our new council members, the civil service, in their pay plan, they have steps. So when you go from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4, there's automatic increases. The civilian employees don't have that. All they get is the 3%. On the civil service side, when the 3% is given, those steps increase as well. So it's larger than a 3% increase for civil service. So that's an additional $579,000. The medical insurance was $522,000. Technology, $448,000. Street lights, I put this in here because if you'll recall, we had a case with Encore, statewide case, where they tried to increase street light rates over 50%. It ended up at something, I believe it's about 29%. Nope, I'm sorry, 37%. Significant, doesn't buy us one additional street light. But the cost went up $295,000. Insurance, as I mentioned, $227,000. Our 911 center, $187,000. The electricity cost for general fund, $176,000. And then last, the civil service pay plan compression. This is where those steps go from year 1 to year 15. We've agreed to try to get those steps down to 10 years where you max out. We went from 15 to 14. And this would take us to 13, I believe. Some of the things we had to cut out of the budget to make this get close to balanced, as I said, we dropped the pay increase from 4% to 3%. We hadn't been maintaining our traffic signals very well, and last year we included a significant increase in the budget to get basically the W.S. Young corridor upgraded. The only way we've been replacing traffic signal cabinets in the past is if someone hits them and their insurance pays for it. They're expensive. We had to pull that out. We did an across-the-board 20% cut in training and travel, and fleet services wasn't necessarily a cut, but we were able to reduce $72,000. So, after all that, there are also a lot of requests outside what we call the base budget, where we try to maintain the same level of services. There were 44 and a half employees requested at about $3 million, $2.9 million in other operational requests for just a little over $6 million. None of those fit in the budget, not one. There's another request that I want to make you aware of. Through our process with the police department, the meet and confer process, they requested that the TMRS employee contribution increase from 7% to 8%. I don't believe we can do this, but I just wanted to make you aware of it, that it was a request. And this would require, if the council wanted to fund it, it would still require a vote of all the employees, because that means 8% would be coming out of their paycheck instead of 7%. This was a request by the police department, and this shows you across, if you wanted to fund it and the employees agreed, it's about a $2 million cost, all funds. I don't recommend this, but I wanted to make you aware of this request was here. Then all of our community partners, I'll try to go through this really quick. The way this is set up, it gives you the community partner, their current budget, and if there's an asterisk there, that means that's the amount that's in the budget. So we funded the Bell County Communications Center, Bell County Public Health. Children's Advocacy Center was only in there at their current request. Nothing Families in Crisis funded the HOP. IBCC at not funded. KEDC funded at the current amount. The rodeo funded at the request. National Mounted Warfare Foundation at the request. And of course, the Tax Appraisal District, not that we really have a choice, funded at their request. The Water and Sewer Fund, recommending a 3% rate increase in sewer, and in the water side, a 5%. You see the revenues here, small decrease in interest revenue. The way this would look, most of the residential meters are 5/8 or 3/4. It would be 5% would be a 78% change. I'll put this all in a utility bill in just a moment. Those are 5%. And then on the volumetric side at the bottom, your base rate gets you 1,000 gallons, and then after that, the range is 2,000 to 15,000, 15 to 30, and over 30. So that's a 5% increase on the first two tiers, a 10% recommended on the third tier. On the commercial, this is the year 5 from the rate study that we had, the last year of implementation. These would be the increases on the commercial water meters. Some of these numbers look really big, but we don't even have any 8-inch water meters and only a couple of the 6-inch water meters. Sewer increase of 3%, so that's basically a 65% cent change. And then if we look at the average residential utility bill, what would this do? This is based on our average use of 5,600 gallons of water per month. You see that the bill would go up $2.05 for the whole bill. That's 2.16. You see the percent increases here individually on sewer and on water. And some of the major expense changes, IT services, the cost of living adjustment. The WCID, now while their rate barely went up, there's also a fixed charge on the debt side for if you recall, there's major improvements going on at the Belton Water Treatment Plant, and that's our share. Electricity is a significant number in water and sewer, and insurance. Decrease. So one of the ways we balance this budget, we're not putting as much money in the CIP, which goes to water line replacement. The transfer to the general fund is down. Collection expense, engineering services, and training and travel reductions. This shows the WCID rates. You can see they barely change, that the sewer rate goes from $1.16 to $1.17, and the water rate remains the same at 86 cents. Unfunded decision packages, 9 full-time employee equivalents, so a total of 843,000 in requests that none of those were funded. Solid Waste Fund, we've had quite a bit of talk about this, but growth on the residential side of 472,000. That's not a rate, that's just growth in number of residents. Also on the commercial side, some recycling revenue is very volatile. Sometimes we get a lot of money for our products, sometimes we don't get a lot. Major increases, IT, 3% cost of living. I'll show you the refuse and disposal in a different manner in just a moment, and insurance services. There's no rate recommended here. As you can see, as we've talked about, we're just under $20, and that doesn't include the sales tax. The rate that's been the same since 2016. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. I can't say we're that great that we've been able to keep that rate the same. There used to be a lot of things charged to solid waste that had nothing to do with solid waste. We have cleaned that fund up. It's clean now. It's all solid waste related. But if you look at the line here, this is showing our transport and disposal rate. So all of our solid waste goes to the transfer station. It's picked up there by semi trucks and taken to the landfill in Temple. And you can see how that has gone up. This is on the rate per ton, $54. But our rate has maintained the same at just under $20 for all of those years. Now, we just completed a rate study in solid waste. And for the most part, commercial and residential are paying their own way. They're not subsidizing one another. But there is one category in commercial, that's the roll-off containers, large containers that you drop off at a construction site or something and pick up later. That's the only service that is competitive. We have exclusive right to all the solid waste service in the city. And the reason for that, you don't want 50 different companies in here going up and down the streets, picking up garbage in the neighborhood with a dozen different trucks and a dozen different schedules. Same thing on the commercial side. But on the roll-off, there's been case law that says that's not really solid waste, that's more recyclable. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's what it is. So we're competitive in that. And we are far, far below our competitors, in many cases, a quarter or less than their rates. So there's some room there to increase the rates on the roll-offs and not reduce our level of service. We're incredibly competitive there. So we're going to be looking at this some more, and I think with the brush pickup, even at a lower rate, and an increase in the roll-off rates, and an increase in the non-residential drop-off rates at the transfer station, we can make this budget work. Whether we can get any of the unfunded decision packages in yet, we might be able to get one or two of those in. We got more work to do here, but there's some options. The Drainage Utility Fund, no fee increase is requested. This decrease in revenue is just based on collection trends. You can see there's the 3% cost of living, transfer to the CIP. We had a decrease in debt service there. At some point in the future, if we have a large project, we may be able to issue some debt to do that type of project. That's only paid for out of the debt service fund, but no increase there. The aviation fund, as we know, is still a very good story. We're selling a lot of jet fuel. We've got a new office building coming out there with a new corporate customer. The IGSA, that's the Intergovernmental Service Agreement we have with Fort Hood. This was a plan. We knew the first year was higher because there was capital involved, and the next year was going to drop. We sell a lot more jet fuel. We have to buy a lot more jet fuel. There's the 3% cost of living, technology, medical insurance, and the aviation fund is in very solid shape. And we're going to do some more talking about these personnel requests. A couple of them are needed more than halfway through next year on an ICSA we believe is going to be approved. So that would be funded. We'll talk about how to do that. And we got a little more work to do. We may get one of these requests in the budget. Golf course fund, another very good story. We expected the current year that we're in to have a big drop-off in green fees because of all the construction going on, but the way we've done it, we've only seen a very modest drop-off, and all those projects should be done within the next 2 weeks and be back to normal. So we expect the green fees, this is not a fee increase. This is based on play. So operations at the golf course up 221, replace some windows in the clubhouse. That clubhouse was a residence. It was a wonderful gift to the city, but it was designed as a residence, and it's now operating as a commercial building. So a door that was designed to be open 20 or 30 times a day is being open hundreds or thousands of times a day. It needs a lot of maintenance work on it, and we're going to try to chip away at it a year at a time. So just to take a quick look back to 2016, that was the revenue and this was the expense. We were losing money, and I believe the golf course was contracted out partway through 2019, and then you can see the performance started improving. We've leveled off some because we've made some significant improvements to the golf course that we funded with debt, and now we've got to pay that debt service, but it's being paid by green fees that were increased, and everything I'm getting is it's been well received by the golfers, and they know that it's going to make big improvements out there, and we're already seeing it in play even though construction is ongoing. That's a great story. Hotel occupancy is a little bit different. We'll see a little increase in mixed beverage sales, catering fees, equipment rentals, but some of the rentals are going down. We've got a few issues there. Remember, this building is now, the Civic Center is about 20 years old. That's a time when it generally needs a lot of maintenance. Unfortunately, when that facility was built, it was built issuing 30-year debt, which we don't do anymore. And this shows a big reason why, because at 20 years, if your debt was paid off, it's a lot easier then to take that money that was going to debt service and either issue some more debt for significant improvements or use the cash to make improvements. But we're still making debt service payments, although it's starting to go down now. We're getting closer to the end. But while it's not on this list, there needs to be a roof replacement out there of about $4.5 million. There's no way this funds it. So what we're going to try to do is see if we can come up with a way to do some decent repairs to stretch this out till the debt's paid off, and then we can replace the roof. That's a significant roof to replace. So there are some increases in here, the 3%, some building repair and maintenance. Trying to balance the budget. We did reduce the amount to the arts, but this operations request of $439,000 looks kind of small compared to the other funds, but it's pretty significant because the chairs that we use in there are the chairs from 20 years ago, and a lot of them are starting to fall apart. And if we have someone that comes in and wants to rent the whole facility, we don't have enough decent chairs, and that's about the cost to replace them all. So it's very important. That's going to start impacting our revenue if we have to start turning away people. And it's a little difficult to buy a few chairs at a time because they're all going to be different. And they're all basically worn out, but there's still a significant number that are serviceable. None of them are good, but they're still serviceable. This is an issue. We're still looking at some other ways to try to fund this because it's critical to the operations of the Civic Center. Street Maintenance Fund. This is interesting. It shows us dropping about $8 million. That's because we're making significant capital expenditures. As you know, we bring in about $10 million a year. A portion of that is dedicated to overlays, crack sealing, slurry seals, different types of maintenance. And then there's the ultimate maintenance, which is remove and replace. And the second phase of Stagecoach, I think we'll be finished with the current phase by the end of July. and then very quickly be able to start on Phase 2. Expect that to be about 12 million. And then we start setting aside money for Zephyr Road. We've already started the engineering and set aside that money, but this 350,000 would start to pay for some right-of-way approval. We're going to need some additional right-of-way on some sections of Zephyr. This is a long-term project. I don't think Zephyr's going to be finished in a couple of years. I would hope maybe in a couple of years or more we can get started. That's going to be a very expensive, and it's going to be one of the messiest projects we've ever taken on because there's a lot of driveways and a lot of people's front door on Zephyr. All right, and so that is a preview. And one last slide. There was legislation passed last year. Let me just read it to you, then I'll try to explain it. HB 1522 requires the meeting notice for any meeting at which a budget will be discussed or adopted to include the proposed budget or provide clear public access to it. So as a result of this, our proposed budget, it's going to be posted on the city's website concurrent with the release of your council agenda. So what we've done in the past, we've waited to propose it at the meeting so we could explain it. But what this requires is that it's got to be put out ahead of time, and it's going to be put out at the same time as your packet goes out. So you're going to probably get a lot of questions about it, or you may get a lot of questions about it before we've had a chance to actually propose it to you. So just giving you a heads up on that, we've got to comply with the law. But you've gotten a little bit of a preview tonight to tell you what the big issues are. And in order to balance this budget, there's really two major issues: the general fund, utility fund, and the tax rate proposal is about a 2% increase, and you saw the percent increases on the water side. And with that, I'll end there and try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Councilmember Brown.
It's a lot to take in a short amount of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain how the DV percentage is increasing even though valuations across the city on average decreased?
Sure. You get more retirees. There's basically two ways. More retirees that move in and either buy a new home, or they buy an existing home that didn't have a DV exemption, now it has a DV exemption, or people that change from a lower percent DV exemption to 100%.
So these numbers are only accounting for the 100% DV?
I do not believe that is correct. I believe those are all DV, but that converting from, say, a 20% to 100% does increase the dollar amount.
Significantly?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe if it's still the same, you have to be at least 30% to qualify for any exemption, then it's only 10% of what your total levy would be. And then it increases from there as your percentage increases. Do those numbers account for the $12,000 total tax cap, even on the 100% DV?
Could you ask that question? The $12,000 tax cap.
Yeah, so even if you're 100% disabled,
Right.
Once your tax levy hits $12,000, anything over that you're required to still pay.
The numbers I showed you show you the exemption amount. If there's an amount to be paid, it would be in the other column.
Okay, I'm just double checking on that. And then I'm probably losing my mind, but I thought the only project for WCID that the city council voted to approve participating in for the Belton project was the upgrade on the generators that were required by law.
That's already accounted for. I'll have to go back and check. We didn't go ahead with a majority of what was asked, but I believe there was some that did apply to us. There were improvements out there that were not tied to volume increases. They were encouraging us to build more capacity, and we told them with data that we didn't think we needed it, and if we built it now, it was going to sit unused for 20 years. And I believe the trends, because our volumes are down, the amount of water we're pumping through this point this year compared to last year's down about 100 million gallons. Now, we still have a summer to go through, but we're behind right now, and that's part of the revenue issue in the Water and Sewer Fund. But there were some improvements there, I believe. But I will verify that and have an exact answer for you.
Well, if we're pumping out less water, our revenue is down, but so is our expense on it. Right.
Well, variable expenses are down, but fixed expenses aren't.
Right. And then I'm going to go back to the museum funding. I know we do 1-year contracts, automatically renewable every year for 5 years. Where are we at on that contract with the Mounted Warfare?
Well, the agreement, that's different. The agreement, the money for that comes from a county-wide sales tax that many years ago, the city agreed to support a county-wide sales tax to fund the improvements at the Bell County Expo Center.
No, sir, not that. I'm sorry, not that one. The museum on Fort Hood that we give $80,000
That's what I'm
in
talking
hot.
about. That's where that money comes from.
That comes from a special sales tax and not our hot.
Not a sales tax, from a countywide, if I said that, I misspoke, from a countywide hotel motel tax. An additional tax was levied countywide. And Colleen's argument at the time, long before I was here, but Colleen's argument was, why should we pay a majority of the cost and receive a minimum of the benefit? Still think it's a bad deal, but the county agreed to give a certain amount of money from that increased countywide hotel motel tax to support the Mounted Warfare Museum.
Can you send us a copy of that resolution?
Sure.
I would appreciate, because this is the first time I've been hearing about this $80,000 for 5 or 6 years now. This is the first time that I've heard about that resolution from the county.
No, ma'am, the county brings a check over once a year and makes the presentation, and
I didn't
I'd be
realize
happy
that
to,
was a
yes.
specific resolution just for
Yep.
them. That's what I'm saying. And then what franchise taxes, are there huge franchise accounts that we're expecting to decrease?
I believe it's more or less across the board, but it's electric, it is gas. If you have a mild winter, generally gas is going to be down, or depending on if you're all electric home, they are weather dependent. And another is those are the two biggest. Then you got cable franchise that decreases every year because more and more people drop cable. So those are the basic three issues.
Do we do like satellite? Does that count for the cable franchise?
No, because the rationale behind a cable franchise tax is that they are using the city's right-of-way to conduct business, and that's where that comes from. And if you're from satellite or over the air, you're not using the city's right-of-way.
Okay, and then one more question, I'll let the other council members go. I didn't see anything about projected sales tax revenue. Do we expect that to be pretty level or?
Very level. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but right now, I believe, a little behind budget. The past 2 months, I believe, have been decreases. We haven't had 2 months in a row in a long time for a decrease.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Mr. Cahill, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
DS 26041, receive quarterly financial report.
Ms. Tanglin. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm going to present the second quarter financial report for fiscal year 26. This was due to present a couple of meetings ago. We had to be tabled twice. This is the accounting calendar. This day have passed, but the independent audit services hasn't been undone yet. We're going to move this item to the first meeting on July. And then it's because we were waiting for the audit committee to meet before we bring that item up to you guys. So today, we are going to present the second quarter financial report. We presented the investment report on May 19. The overview will be staffing indicators that review the major operating fund and the special revenue funds. For the staffing indicators turnover, the overall turnover for the city of Killeen is 17.82%. This is out of the 247 employees that resign, with a total employees of 1,386 that we have by the end of March 2026. The total classified field is 71%. And then the public safety sworn positions, the fire and police, they're over 100% because we are on their overhiring program that allows them to cover the vacancies that they have whenever a police officer retires or the academy timeline. So we have some lag in there, and then that helps the police and fire to be full staff. For the general fund, this is our main operating general fund. The operating fund for the revenues, the total revenues is 68%. Now, this is at the second quarter. That means 6 months. So you will see 50% is a normal, actually, percent to have. You will see property taxes is higher because we collect the property taxes in the first 3 months of the year. And then after that, the property taxes are dropping and we start spending that money. Or the first half of the year, I should say. The franchise fee, we are 20%. That is timing. We license permits, this one, the license and permits are down for the from prior year. And from budget. The intergovernmental is also timing. The charges for services are a little bit down, but when it comes to summertime, we get more charges for services in. Fines and fees, we are 55%. The investment income is also timing of the interest being posted on the books. And the other financial sources, as you can see, is we're almost at 50%. The increase from prior year is 3.28% from the revenues and general fund. And like I say, we are 67% of the budget. For the expenses, we have lower than 50% in all the expenses. And the other financial uses is because we have the transfers schedule. We do that ahead of time, sometimes at the beginning of the fiscal year, sometimes when we come and do amendments as in the excess fund balance transfers to CIP, and we go and do those transfers. We are 47% of budget with an increase of 5% from prior year. Our fund balance ending as of March was $34.3 million. For water and sewer fund, the major revenues for water and sewer fund is the charges for services, and we are 45% of the revenues, an increase of 3% from prior year. The total revenues are 45.6%. And our expenses are 46%. The same thing with other financial uses. They're higher than 50% because some transfers are done at the beginning of the year. The net change for the water and sewer is a 221 a negative amount with a fund balance ending at $9.9 million. For solid waste fund, again, for solid waste fund, the charge for services is a prior resource of revenue, and they're almost at 50%. And the total revenues are 50% in this year, an increase of 5.75% from prior year. The total expenses are 45.8%, a decrease from prior year of 5.5%, with a fund balance ending with 6.9. For drainage, we have a 49% of charges for services, 49% or 48.5% for total revenues, a 2.72% increase from prior year. With the expenses, we are 44% of budget with a 2.54% from prior year increase, with the fund balance at $1.8 million. Aviation fund. Aviation, total revenues, we are 61% of our budget, and an increase of 38%, and it's because of the ICSA contract. The same thing as expenses, we are 58.5%, and it's because of that contract we have increased personal services. And then the increase of from prior year expenses, 42%. And as you can see, other financial uses is 100%. Again, it's the transfers that we do at the beginning of the year. And the fund balance ending is $3.3 million for aviation. For golf course, we are at 57% of revenues. We have collected 56 from charges for services, and the expenses are 54%. An increase of revenues of 9.98% from prior year, and an expenses 16% from prior year. And then our fund balance ending is 154,715 for golf. For our hotel occupancy tax fund, our taxes are at 47.7% are hot taxes. It's an increase from prior year of 13%. The total revenues are 45%. And the increase from 5.25% from prior year. Our expenses are 35%, a decrease on 19% from prior year. And we are estimating right now a fund balance ending on 722% for March, up to March. For the three maintenance fund, we are 52% of total revenues. And we are at 4% of expenses because most of the maintenance is done in summertime. So you will see more activity next quarterly report. An increase of total revenues of 5.46%, and then still an increase of expenses 79%. That's timing on when we're doing the maintenance. The fund balance end is $9.9 million. And then again, I will come back in August, the second meeting in August, to give you actually the third quarter for the financials. And then if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Ms. Tangelin, under the hot tax slide that you just had, there was an intergovernmental rate that was down almost 13%. I believe it's 12.82. Can you just tell me what that's for, that intergovernmental?
The intergovernmental for hot fund is, let me ask really quick, Bonnie. I think Bonnie can help me with that question. And then I believe it's the 3% or the 2% that we get for Bell County, or it may be the ARPA funding. So I just let me double check with that. Okay, so that is Bell County check that they give us every year. So it was, we budgeted 86, but we got a check for 84,000 this year.
Was there a reason for the decrease? Do we have?
No, they actually give us a percentage of what they receive. So it's maybe, as you can see over here, we received more percentage last year. I mean.
So what impacts that is just all the taxes that they would collect typically, and because if there's an impact on their side negatively, obviously then that charge is going to impact us, basically.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Councilmember Bass.
I did not see any red flags. Did I miss any red flags? Are we proceeding through the fiscal year as planned currently?
Yeah, we don't really have a red flag, especially at mid-year. We have a lot of forecasts going. Summertime sometimes brings good revenues. Sometimes our lack of revenues, especially in water and sewer, that's probably the one that I'm a little bit concerned about. No, because we're going to end up, and I believe with an increase from prior year, but I don't think we will meet 100% of budget. Besides that, I think we're looking pretty good. Yes, sir.
Councilmember Brown.
Almost across the board, our ending fund balances are lower than what they were at the beginning of the fiscal year. Was that something we had intentionally planned on, is taking money from fund balances to pay expenses?
So when you look at the budget wise, that is what we actually are estimating to have. But so saying that if you look at the net change, for example, in a hotel occupancy tax, because that's the one that I have over here, we are in the negative 68,924, but we actually have a positive amount in actuals as of March. So we probably will not end in that negative 68. We probably will not going to use fund balance because we plan to use fund balance for that fund. Pretty much, I believe every fund that we have, you will see that the number that we have now is lower than the revised budget because it's kind of too soon to say that we're going to go over it. And then we will never going to be over without coming here first. We monitor the budget every month, right? And then we know, we forecast, and if we know that a fund is going to go over budget, we will bring that item here because you guys have to give us the authorization or you guys have to know.
So just to make sure for clarification then, under the revised budget where it shows the fund balance being lower than it is under the year-to-date total and what our actual beginning fund balance was, right?
Yes.
The projection of that fund balance ending being lower is just to give us our worst-case scenario if we continue trending this way and we don't collect 100% of the revenues in each of those departments.
The revised budget is actually giving you the fund balance that we will end if we meet budget 100% in revenues and 100% in expenses.
So we do have departments then where we anticipate using some of the fund balance.
No, ma'am.
In this one, we did, yes, in the golf course fund, because we expected it was going to be closed for some time. This was planned. But I think what we're going to end up is maybe not using any fund balance in the golf course fund because we've done so well to date. And part of it is timing because this is more of a seasonal. The time when we earn most of our revenue is coming up. So this is not a great example. We might look at the general fund or water and sewer fund to answer your question a little better. So in the water and sewer fund, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a small increase from the revised budget to where we are right now.
Yeah, so can we use the general fund?
Sure.
That's the one that looks more stark in black and white.
So if I may, in general fund, we are anticipated to end with a 34.3 million fund balance, right? Right now, the fund balance is 63 million because we have collected almost 100% of the property taxes. So whenever you see next quarterly report, you will see that we have started using that fund balance.
Okay. And that's what I want to make sure people, it's not that we've lost, we're not down, we're not going to be down $30 million in the general fund for the fund balance. That it's a combination of we haven't collected everything yet, we haven't spent everything yet, right?
That's correct, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Is there any other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
DS 26049, Killeen Children's Museum and Immersion Center Plan of Action Update.
Ms. McNair?
Again. So we're here, I'm with Amanda Wilkinson and Amy Gibson. Amanda's from the K3C, and she also is the director for our our Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Amy Gibson is our interim director of library services. They have been very involved in this, along with Tanita Mullen, who is not here with us tonight. So we're going to give an update on what we have found out. And we will need more direction on where council wants to go with this. So on January 6, 2026, council directed staff to develop a coordinated plan of action to explore the development of a children's museum and immersion center incorporated within a children's public library. The direction included evaluating potential partnerships and roles, governance structure, funding strategies, potential locations, programming aligned with early childhood literacy, and immersive learning opportunities. So a tall order for us to explore. So our collaboration efforts included receiving advisement from the following internal departments: the city manager's office, our own department, community development, finance, development services, and our community stakeholders, which is ongoing. So it started with KISD, IBCC, and there were also meetings held with the Killeen Chamber of Commerce and the Mountain Warriors Museum. So a children's immersion center or museum supports early childhood literacy development, hands-on learning environments, educational enrichment opportunities, access to family-centered programming, community quality of life enhancements, and overall this concept focuses on expanding learning opportunities for children and families across Killeen, and it may attract visitors from surrounding communities. So the potential partnership roles, we first started with KISD and met with representatives there about the use of some of its facilities or purchasing or doing a trade for that. And the staff that we met with, what they provided us as far as the feedback on the partnership made sense. That at the level they were, that it would make more sense for our city council to talk to their school board and our city management staff to talk to their superintendent. So we didn't get far into conversation with them about a partnership, but they did say that their board could be interested in a membership of an immersion center or museum for use by its students. The National Mountain Warrior Museum expressed interest in cross-promotion of the proposed facility. IBCC would be interested in an advisory role. And the owner of 409 Gray Street, Mr. McLaurin, met with him, and he said he could be interested in additional discussion regarding an immersion center, but he still has several questions, as did most people that we talked to, is really, what is it that you want to do? And it was as if they needed us to hammer down some details of the size, what type of features we wanted. So that was actually helpful because we were able to come back to you and ask for that additional direction as well. So the funding strategies may include City of Killeen General Fund, which after the report from Mr. Cagle and Mrs. Stangelin may not be so much of a source for us. The hotel tax, some of the facilities that we talked to said that they do receive at times money from hotel tax, but that's not guaranteed and that's not a locked-in source for them. Capital improvement programs from the city, bonds, general obligation or certificate of obligation, grants. When we were looking at grants both statewide and nationally, the grants were at a really lower amount, $5,000 up to maybe $20,000 or $25,000, nothing substantial. And then donations are a funding strategy, and that would be fruitful if we had established a not-for-profit foundation through our Killeen Public Library. So the governance structure, most immersion centers or museums operate as a not-for-profit organization with an executive board. This could be achieved by establishing a library foundation for the city of Killeen. None of the organizations contacted were governed or financed mainly by its city. They were all almost, and Amanda and Amy can attest to it, it was maybe 95 to 98% were independent nonprofits, and they may go to their city as a community partner and get an annual investment. Staffing levels vary based on size and operations. Staff range from approximately 15 to 80 employees. Volunteers were present but not used to supplement the overall staffing needs. So volunteers were just there for an occasional event sometimes, or just someone will come in, but it was not used to supplement staff. Potential sites that can be evaluated for adaptive reuse: the 409 Gray Street property, Killeen Public Library Main Branch, Peoples Elementary School in North Killeen, Clifton Park Elementary School, and that's the former site that is closer to I-14 and off of Tremere, and then a site to be determined in Southwest Killeen. Another potential location is just the Anthem Park site. It represents a potential location for future community-serving facilities, housing, and retail and entertainment. Key considerations include approximately 203 acres of planned development area. One of the RFPs that I looked at, because we looked at as much as we can, I looked at an RFP for a library and children's space within a library, and the developers all said that they would need a minimum of 5 acres because you want something that you can start with and eventually build out if you have multiple phases to it. Potential for regional entertainment activity, so that's going to be traffic, access to future residential neighborhoods, and opportunity to serve the surrounding communities, and potential support for long-term family activity destinations. So that goes along with that Dave & Buster's as well. So early childhood literacy programming, this is what is currently offered at KPL. We offer a story time for age groups 0 to 10 years, and story time with stay and play for ages 0 to 6 years. And this program allows children to stay after the story time to socialize with others and strengthen their cognitive development. These programs provide an opportunity for children to socialize, prepare crafts, play games, and develop lifelong love of reading. That's Amy's line. Our current immersive learning at KPL includes a Little Play Date, Lego Day, Lego Block Party, Duplo Baby Block Party, a magic show, our portable planetarium, which is coming for the first time on July 25th of this year, Mario Day, and Library Mini Golf. And these programs all provide an opportunity to stimulate critical thinking, refine your fine motor skills, help with the development of patience and creativity, and promotes interest in our STEM programs. So there are approximately 15 immersion centers and museums and learning destinations located within about an hour of Killeen. The Killeen Exploration focused on identifying opportunities that expand access locally, complement existing regional facilities, so we don't want to duplicate something that's already been done, and also support family learning opportunities and quality of life within Killeen. So this is just a quick map of what we have. The Pflugerville and Round Rock libraries have immersive features within their facilities. So next steps, these are just some ideas that KPL will pursue an organizational membership at the Thinkery Interactive Museum at an annual cost of $500 for 2 membership cards for use by KPL members, and it allows for up to 6 visitors each day with a membership and unlimited visits annually. This is in here because as then council member, current Mayor Pro Tem, stated when she made the motion of direction, this will be a multi-year effort. So we were thinking, how do we offer something to the current members of our Killeen Public Library that they can actually get involved in some immersive activities? And what that can bring back to us is when they go to this space, if they go, some ideas of what they would want to see in our own center. And that is available with unlimited visits annually. And Killeen will implement additional immersive programming which responds to the KPL 5-year strategic plan. We did identify and hire a new library director who will be incoming on July 13th, and he is from the West Florida Public Library System and has an extensive background in creating and promoting STEM and STEAM programming and building those things out. Has some really impressive ideas during the interview process. So really looking forward to having him on board to help us develop this out a bit more. I don't have anything in here regarding P3s because the P3s, we did meet with WT Partnerships and they gave us a free consultation about P3s. They are very complex. And what we need to know is where we are going with this to get more direction and see what type of P3 we would want. With the P3, you have to determine who's going to be responsible for financing, maintaining, and operating. So that's what they call the DFOB DFOM Light, which is design, finance, operate, maintain. So that's a type of P3. We really need to know what it is the council would want us to do more so we can refine what it is that we have out there and see what we can bring back to you at a later date if you would like that. So council may provide a motion of direction regarding continued exploration of an immersion center or museum concept or exploration of a library expansion, and that could include a new library to include immersive features and enhance immersive programming. Either direction may include funding options and publishing an RFP for professional services for site selection, design, and engineering. And site selection is in here because my research told me that the site that you select should be easily accessible not only to your community but to potential visitors. So while North Killeen is preferred and downtown Killeen is the target, any research that we get from a firm that actually does this may say that a site outside of that area may be better suited for this type of development.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. McNair. That was very detailed reporting. And so, yes, ma'am, it was kind of tricky because the concept was brought to me by outside individuals who were interested in starting this. And so I don't know if you all recall, for the new folks, there was a group of constituents and stakeholders across the city that were very, very interested in creating an immersion center, children's museum, and they were interested in starting a legacy foundation. So that piece was already kind of in talks, nothing formal, but the community was interested in starting that. I started attending, though, my stakeholder meetings for our public library strategic plan, and it was at that time that the community members that were attending were like, well, wouldn't it be nice if we could break out our children's library and have a special place just for the children's library, and then maybe keep our 10th Street one, our downtown one on for adults, and then make something special for children. And then that's where the merging of the two kind of came into play, and that's where the inquiry started. So I do understand, just for the record, that there is that nonprofit element. There are some people within the community that are 100% committed to creating that and funding that. The question was, though, where does that line fit with the city if we bring in the library? Structurally, as far as location, identifying a potential building, where does that line fall? And then also the House bill, and I don't have it in front of me right now, that was co-authored by Brad Buckley. We spoke about that in the beginning. The reason why it was so important that Killeen ISD have part in this is because we would potentially, obviously, I can't guarantee any funds, but we would potentially be able to have access to that if we had strategic and targeted programs. So where does funding come from? It comes from these private stakeholders. These are people in our community that ask for this, that are asking for this for our children, retired teachers and such. And so they understand that the private funding is most essential, but if there's a way for us to partner and also help our children's library, that's what they would like to do. So for me, I like what you said. I guess for me, the question would be the structure of as far as location, and then what would be the ultimate determination. So now that you've got somebody that's got some experience and some ideas about this, I'm really looking forward to having a conversation with that gentleman that's going to be coming to us, because he might have some insight that I'd not thought about, that we can figure out if there is a way to partner, because we know that we need to expand our children's library. And if there's a way for us to do it in combination with our private partnership, we've been speaking on that for years, and I'd like to be able to explore that. So at this time, I don't really have any further direction, Ms. McNair, outside of looking at having that conversation about the location, the library expansion, and then breaking into the immersion center combination. So I think I would warrant a conversation with this gentleman when he comes on board after July.
Would you like us to look into what steps it would take to develop a library foundation, which could be the nonprofit that some of those community members you said may be interested, that it would give them a space to get on that governing body there?
So my understanding, and you said that, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a function of a library foundation within the city. I think that, I don't know what the pros and cons would be of them doing it privately versus it being city-run, so I think that that would be a good comparison to have. Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you.
Ms. McNair, how many of the other children's museums in the area charge an admission fee?
Amanda? Oh, we don't have clear numbers on that, but we can get that because we do have a list of everyone that we talk to.
No problem. I know, like, for example, Austin, Waco, their bigger children's museums charge not really a cheap fee. It's pretty substantial if you have more than one kid. But it is my understanding also that if it were through a city nonprofit, we couldn't charge admission for it. We might be able to ask donations when you come through, but we couldn't actually set a rate to come in. Is that your understanding?
Well, if it's a nonprofit that's developed as a leg of the city or arm of the city, you could potentially charge for it because the Thinkery started as a piece of the Austin Public Library and then branched off. But the Thinkery was $18.95, and like you said, it can get substantial because they charge even for children or toddlers that are 1 year old. So it was 0 to 1, it was free, but once you hit 1, you had to pay. But typically with city facilities, community members do not look to pay for that, which is my thinking was we would probably go down the road of a library first and then potentially phase that into a separate immersion center, but just increase what we can control because the cost of this can get really, really high. So if we can focus on something that we know we can control with staffing and with cost and with having access, we could start there. But as Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez said then, we are still just figuring out where do we go next. So I don't want to say anything definitively, like this is where you ought to be and this is the next step. Really was looking for a lot of feedback from you all about where to go. But if it's a facility that we want to charge, we definitely want to make sure that we include that in our research and what we can charge, what would people be willing to even pay.
And I apologize if I led you to that conclusion. I don't think that we would want to charge for it, given the concept behind it, but it would be one way to cover the operational cost. Because even once you get everything set up and you're open, you're running, the operational cost will be there and that'll continue to grow. You still have to have water and electricity and air conditioning and heat, all the things. So what would it take then if we didn't want to do a library foundation, we didn't want to do it internal for the city, but as far as to be able to be a good partner for this, to help guide this group of private individuals into forming their nonprofit and then being a partner with that, what would that look like?
Well, I wasn't here at the time, but we could take a look at how the city became a partner with the Mounted Warriors Museum and how they started, and I believe someone said they were selling bricks at one time, but the partnership was established early on and the city was a part of that, and here we are each year since I've been here at least, providing them some type of funding towards their advertising and marketing. So we could take a look at that, see how they came to that partnership and maybe make it better. Or I don't even want to say that because that insinuates something is wrong, so strike that, please.
Not my own personal favorite comparison, but can we say maybe Rodeo Colleen, like we partner with Rodeo?
Yes, we can say how we partner with Rodeo.
Just personal preference. But I think that personally moving forward, the way I'd like to see it go is working to try to help a private group of individuals form that nonprofit and then come up with a way that we can partner with them. Ideally, if we're looking for land, I would say not within the CHRS, because that kind of goes counter to some of the things that we're working toward in the future. So unless it is something where they're going to be paying property tax, which if it's a nonprofit, they wouldn't. Personally, I would say let's try to avoid the CHRS. The less revenue we have going in there, the less opportunity we have for other projects, for revitalization, for doing like the Rancier improvement projects, stuff like that. So those would be my two recommendations moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mayor. And great work to you and everyone who worked on it. It sounds like, we always have these projects and people talk a lot about things, and you guys have kind of, launched it down the ramp. So I think as we move forward, I think, what's the next steps? I think that's what you're looking for. I think the next steps is you have something tangible in your hand, the presentation that you had. I kind of envision a community meeting of those stakeholders, and we kind of tier out the stakeholders, those who want to be involved hands-on, those who want to be involved financially, those who want to be on, with some support role. I think, getting a community poll to see the interest of the community, gauge their interest. And then I see the next part is land acquisition. I mean, we can talk about a museum. If we don't have nowhere to put it, then it kind of doesn't make sense. So I think we take baby steps because we have to do it right. I think someone told me once that if you want to see the health of a community, see where they spend their money on their children. And I think it's time for some people to put their money where their mouth is when it comes to the children in this community. So just kind of taking those steps to find out who wants to be involved, find out who serious players are. You've already talked to KISD, but there's other people that we can talk to. There are people who, I think about what happened in Taylor when Samsung came down there and their commitment, to with computers and things down there. So I think there's people that would like to get involved, but they want to see something tangible. You have it already, so I say let's kind of go with that, and then community poll, identify players, and maybe a community meeting. I think that's probably like some next steps. And I don't know if quarterly updates is I don't know if that's feasible. And I know we have a lot going on. Every 3 to 4 months, maybe. Mr. Manager, 3 to 4 months or kind of updates on that. I know we have a lot going on.
Well, I'm not for sure every 3 months there's going to be a whole lot, so maybe every 4 months.
Okay. So looks like something like the first of the year. After the first of the year, we probably have another update. That gives you time to get the poll together and find out, identify players, and then have a big community meeting. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So thank you, and to Councilmember Brown and Kimball, but Kimball, thank you. I do recommend that as well. I think that's a perfect next step at this point. And so if council approves, I would like to be able to work with Ms. McNair and kind of coalesce, get all the stakeholders that I know that are interested on surface involved, and then we can put out a public meeting for that and do everything that you said. I highly recommend and also agree with that. And if you're okay, the only thing I would ask is that when we go to this type of meeting or this presentation, I know that the question and where this again all came about was that they were looking at doing this privately. And then we saw the potential need because the city also needs a library. What we don't know is what the city's need is now. This might be the city's ask to the community for the library as well. So I want you to think of it as that as well when you're presenting to the stakeholders, because there might be a realistic opportunity where our stakeholders can do this build out for us, for our children. To your point, sir, it's a possibility. We can't, can run it down. So I would like to just play it both ways, right? Just to see what does that make sense when I'm saying that? Okay. And so then I would like to work with you, but thank you for that. And I think that if we can work between now and then, but come back to council on, let me just take a look here. You said January, sir, is that correct? So January timeframe. January 15 is what I had on here, so we could just put tentatively January 15 as a fall. I'm sorry, 18. Oh, thank you. That's a Friday. That's a 19th is a Tuesday. So January 19th as a potential follow-up, and that date can be modified by council should something else come up that's more urgent and pressing. But January 19th as a follow-up, and so that gives us plenty of time to work on the polling and the meeting with the stakeholders and doing our additional research. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's okay with council? Okay. That's great. Councilmember Brown?
Is consensus okay, or because we're requesting a specific day, should it be a motion of direction?
Council can do a motion of direction if you'd like it documented like that in the minutes. However, I mean, staff can note that and calendar it without a motion of direction.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I do think it's important to document that, so thank you very much. So I'd like to make a motion of direction with council support that we, Ms. McNair and I will initially work on creating a stakeholder meeting, but bring back follow-up information from the community on January 19th, 2027. So bring an update back to council with all the information and feedback on our town hall discussion about this museum's direction.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem. There's a second.
Second.
Councilmember Brown.
Second.
It was second by Councilmember Brown. All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McNair. Madam Secretary.
Excuse me. DS 26050, review governing standards.
Ms. Clements?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is your governing standards item. We've saved the best for last. All right, just a little bit of background. The governing standards were originally adopted by resolution in June of 2018 and revised annually since then. The intent is for the governing standards to serve as a single source reference containing the council's rules, protocols, procedures, policies, and expectations for itself, committee members, staff, and the public. Section 720 provides that the new city council shall begin review of the governing standards after the election and work to re-adopt an updated version by the end of July each year. So that's what we're here to do tonight, is to begin this review. And so I start with recommended changes from staff, and these are recommended due to things that have happened during the year. So the first changes on this first slide are recommended due to the resolution changing general election date from May to November. There are a couple things in your governing standards that relate to the election date in November. And so first of all, Section 2-60D provides the council that council members can use certain facilities up to 3 times per year for council member town hall type events. And this prohibits these meetings from occurring between January 1st through Election Day, which has historically been in May. With the change to November elections, I'm recommending updating the limitation date to July 1st of odd number years to coincide with the new election date. And then moving to Section 3-10F, there are 2 kinds of committee appointments. We've talked about these recently, appointments to which council members are appointed as members or subcommittee members, and then citizen appointments. So citizen appointments correspond with the fiscal year beginning in October. Council member appointments are usually made annually soon after the election in May. Now that the elections are going to be in November of odd number years, I would recommend updating this language to make annual council appointments either one of 2 options: after the November election, where the appointments are good for 2 years rather than annually, or you can just move them all to December every year if you still want to make annual elections. And then in Section 720, we have an annual review of governing standards that currently begins in June after the election. Now that you're going to only have elections every 2 years in November, you could change this to review it every 2 years after the election, or if you want to keep annual review, suggest changing that from June, July to December, January. Those are my recommendations related to the November general election date. And then the next slide are these. This is a change recommended due to consolidating the Board of Adjustment. You recently, in the last year, consolidated zoning board, various Board of Adjustments to one Board of Adjustment, and you did make a subcommittee appointment to the Board of Adjustment as well. And so this would just clean up the language and add that the Board of Adjustment to the list of boards and commissions that have appointment subcommittees, similar to the way all of the other boards of adjustments, when they were individualized, had subcommittee appointments. So those are staff recommendations. At this point, the council may continue discussions for further amendments to the governing standards and expectations, or you can give a motion of direction to readopt the governing standards and expectations with amendments at a future date. And so open to any other changes you want to see come back, however you want to proceed with this.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens. Let me just say for me, we certainly I like to see in terms of our interview process concerning boards, that there be a requirement. I don't know if I believe we talked about that.
Currently, what you have in here is that the council members and the mayor may interview for boards and commissions, and there's nothing fleshing that out requiring it, but it does reference it and give the authority for you to do it.
And perhaps some type of classes, and I'm talking especially to certain boards like your P&Z. Or if we can look at that, or training.
Requiring we do offer training to P&Z. I don't have that specific information right now on what, but I believe that there has been a budget for training for planning and zoning at least. I don't have that information. If we can get more, I can get more information on that, but there's nothing in your governing standards that requires a certain level, but we have included it in the budget.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Bass.
I make a motion to amend our governing standards to allow citizens to discuss non-agenda items during the citizen comment period for 3 minutes.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Bass and second.
Amendment.
So this would be a motion of direction to bring it back because the idea would be whatever you're giving direction on, I'll bring it back with
It's a
red
motion of
lines for you
direction.
to vote on. Okay.
I'd like to amend the motion also. So you have citizen non-agenda items as their own section on the agenda rather than doing it during citizen comment. That way we can have a clear delineation between which is agenda items and which is not.
I concur.
Okay, the amendment, the motion was amended by Councilmember Brown. Okay.
Can we discuss
Open for
it?
discussion. Is it, we had a motion of direction, you seconded, so discussion? Any discussion? Councilmember Bass?
The reason I offer this amendment is because when I was campaigning, this was the number one concern that I heard from people in District 3. It continues to be the number one concern from District 3 constituents who talk to me. I believe, and I stood in front of the council right when I put my name on the ballot, and urged us to make this change in our governing standards. And so now that I have the opportunity, that's why I'm offering this amendment. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate my fellow council members, and I do agree with that having citizen input is important and is vital. But it's also important that we get through the business of the city. This is our meeting as council people to do the business of the city. And yes, do we need input from the citizens? And you can get that from many sources. You meet with them, town halls, digital community. I mean, there's a lot of input. But as we are here at 8:43, having started this meeting at 3 o'clock today, that these meetings will get very long. And I would hope that we can consider maybe identifying one meeting a month or a certain time to have citizen input, because what's going to happen is as we have a full agenda coming up over the next month, just imagine if we had citizen input on off agenda items, and we can, and I won't speak for anybody else, but you can maybe get easily distracted as you try to concentrate on what you're hearing from the citizens, as you deal with sometimes very detailed and complex items. So as we consider this, maybe identifying a certain time during the month the last meeting of the month, the first meeting of the month, to maybe hear those items where we can then adjust the agenda to where we won't be here as long and we can focus on the necessary items that we have to get through, the mandated state items and mandated things that we have to get through, particularly when it comes to budget season. So again, I'm not speaking against having citizens speak on non-agenda items. I think maybe we can identify one meeting or a certain meeting during the month or during the calendar to hear some of those as another option possible.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. And I am in support of citizens' comments as well. But my constituents, or some folks that I was talking to, did recommend actually what you just said. We've talked in general about quarterly, but they actually mentioned a monthly meeting. And the reason they said that they thought it was beneficial was because it would be dedicated specifically to citizen comments, their issues, and then it would also allow them adequate time for follow-up, and they would know to expect a date of when that would happen. So if it was a standing meeting monthly, they knew that they would prepare to come, they would prepare to speak, and then they would also have a prepared follow-up the following month or the month after or whatever. So actually some constituents that I did speak to did mention that, and that was recommended. So I don't know, but that was recommendation. I just want to put that out there for my citizens. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Yes, I'm along the same lines as Mayor Pro Tem. And along with Councilmember Kimball. I think I'm okay with citizens talking off agenda items. But I'm with Councilmember Kimball that it should not be done during the time that we're trying to conduct city business because this is what this is for. And we could possibly, if you're talking and we allow that to happen during the regular meeting, someone could say something that puts them in violation or answer a question or make a comment that puts them in violation of the Texas Meeting Act. And so with that, I would say we find a way, whether it be 2 a quarter, to have them come and they do their comments and so those comments can be heard. We do it in such a manner to where we have at least 3 council members there on a rotational basis, and we can hear everything that's going on. The only person that would probably have to be there each time to hold a meeting would be the mayor. But I think we should look at something like that as a compromise, because I am not willing, as a person that was on the other side of this podium at one time, I listened to a lot of things that was said. And everybody here, they are a human being. And we have some people that want to use that moment to attack. And I don't play well with bullies. I'll just tell you that right now. I do not play well with bullies. And all of this hoopla and all of that, it's cool. But during the regular meeting is not the time. And that's just the way I feel. I don't have a problem listening to anybody, anything that they got to say. But let's conduct city business. Like we say, these meetings are already long enough, and we're just going to keep, I think, making the meeting even longer. So I'm in favor with finding a way, like Councilmember Kimball and Mayor Pro Tem stated.
Councilmember Brown.
We started our evening about 6 hours ago. During that time, we've had 2 public hearings, 1 citizen comment period, 1 special meeting that was a public hearing, and out of all of that, less than 30 minutes was listening to the citizens. The rest of it was listening to council members or getting briefings from staff. I don't think it's too much to ask to take a few minutes out of our meetings how many people normally are here anyway? And the reason I recommended doing it separate, originally it was done at the very tail end of the meeting after all business had been conducted. So we start with on agenda citizen comments. We do all of the business of the city that's on the agenda, then we open it up for those non-agenda items. That way, again, it separates all of the things that are on the agenda for business that day versus what citizens come up to say. We can't determine what the importance of it is to a citizen or tell them that you're only important enough to hear once a month. We can't. And citizen concerns are the city business. And I'm not trying to accuse anybody of saying that you're not important because we don't want to hear you every meeting, and I apologize if it came across that way. What I'm saying is that we need to just open it up for that few minutes. I don't care if we set a time limit on it, so it's, we say no more than, we're doing 3-minute blocks, no more than, pick a length of time, no more than 30 minutes at the end of the meeting, which would still not be very many people to come up and speak. Realistically, if somebody is willing to come here and wait until 9:30, 10 o'clock at night to say something to us, it's probably important to them. And if it's that important to the citizens that they're willing to stay until the very tail end of the meeting, it should be important enough for us to hear it. So I'm opposed to saying we're going to allow you to speak your mind on anything that's not on the agenda, but only at times that it's convenient, and we only during a special meeting just for that. And respectfully, I disagree with doing that when we only have 3 council members at a time and not a full council meeting, because that defeats the purpose of coming up and speaking in front of the whole council, and that's not a meeting at that point. That's a town hall with multiple council members there. So I support the motion as made and as the proposed amendment on it to allow just non-agenda comments at the meetings, but hold them separately and at the end.
Okay, Councilmember Williams, you have not spoken.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with it as well with Councilman Kimball. I believe that it should be structured as well with the non-agenda. Of course, there are say things that may not be agreeable or maybe out of order, but still, I truly believe that it's supposed to be structured. And why would we? I believe the time and place for everything. Why should we have the meeting along with the council meetings? We already have longer times. So I'll agree along with Kimball that this thing should be structured and separated.
And let me add this also, we may want to think also as well as, which I am planning, town hall meetings separate and allowing them to comment on anything that they want to say. And that's something that the council may, which I'm planning, and around the city, and getting their voices heard. Citizens need to be heard. But that's something we may want to consider too, is looking at town hall options. Councilmember Bass.
I want to echo what the previous Councilmember Brown said. I'd actually written it down. The people's concerns are city business. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Okay. Once again, I would say it. I'm okay with citizens speaking of non-agenda items, but we just talked about. Someone talked about that we, the citizens, spoke a little short time during this specific time. Well, I will tell you, these meetings go a little longer because some of us are not doing our homework. Some of us are not going to staff prior to these meetings and asking those questions and come in here with a whole bunch of extra questions which extend the meetings, which is not right. And with the meetings being extended, I would say this. We were sitting up here, and I was sitting here timing. And let's just say if each council member up here spoke 1 hour and 8 minutes and 57 seconds, each one of us, we would be in here till 2 o'clock in the morning, and we've already had that happen. It's time for this to cease. We can have them speak, but for us to come in here and extend these meetings for no reason, that's not right. It's not right, and it's not fair to anybody that sits up here. It's not fair to staff. It's not fair to anybody. It is not fair. And we have to do the right thing. I have no problem, and I say this, I have no problem with listening to the citizens. I just think it needs to be at an appropriate time to where these meetings don't continue to get longer and longer. Because I've heard a lot of things, like I said, when I sat on the other side of this. And I just said it before. I'm not scared of a bully, and I don't play well with bullies. I do not play well with bullies. People will say things and get in your face and make comments as you walk out the door. It's not right. And I'm going to tell you, it's not right. So I just think we need to look at that and make sure we create an environment where it's not so hostile. Because some people want to take this to hurdle comments and do things. They want to research you and then come back and say things.
Your time is up, sir.
All right.
Councilmember Kimball.
That's okay, I'm a pass. No,
Mayor Pro Tem.
So yes, sir, I agree, Councilmember Kimball, but I just want to make sure that I am on the record that I do reject that it's because of a lack of inconvenience. My whole thought process, and that was a recommendation from my constituents that when we had this conversation, and it was more about being more efficient, because not only do citizens want to be heard on non-agenda items, they're also usually looking for solutions and resolution, and so that would be an opportunity to have a focused, specific opportunity for them to do so. So that was the only reason I stated that on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Okay, we up for the vote.
What?
Council,
Oh, I don't know where it went, but.
okay, Councilmember Brown.
Just to clarify with the attorney, even if we had a dedicated meeting for non-agenda topics, because we're calling it a meeting and there's no agenda, the council still couldn't have discussion back with the citizens regarding those topics that are not on the agenda, correct?
That's correct. If you do not post something with specific notice to the public of what you're talking about, then the only thing you can do is respond with a brief informational fact, a brief statement of fact, or a motion to put it on a future agenda.
And there is no way to structure a meeting with non-agenda items to legally allow us to have that back and forth communication unless we're having our own private town hall, correct?
It's very difficult to do so. What we've tried to do in the past with the town halls that we've done is try to put some general topics that we know the public, because the Attorney General has opined in multiple opinions that if you know generally, if you know what, even if you have something on the agenda that allows people to talk off of the topic of the agenda, if you know that someone's going to be talking on agenda, you should put it on an agenda. And so that's what we've tried to do when we structure the town halls. When we've had town hall, with the annual town hall with all of council, not talking about your individual council member town halls, but the whole council town hall, we've tried to put those topics that we know the public is going to be interested in and talking about on the agenda, so we can give that notice, that proper notice to the public.
Thank you. So even creating a separate meeting doesn't solve the problem of being able to communicate back and forth, or have a time where we come up with those solutions at that meeting. I respect and understand that that that's a thought process from the citizens looking to try to come up with a compromise or an idea for how we do this with equity for everyone. But it's still, legally, we can't make that work where we can come up with solutions at the time that non-agenda items are brought up. And for council members, as long as we maintain a quorum here, if it's at the very end of the meeting, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody by saying that we should be staying to listen. And so I apologize to anybody who took that as a comment of disrespect. But as long as we maintain a quorum here, I mean, there's nothing that prevents a council member from leaving if it's something where they have to get home at that time, that night. That night. I'm just very adamant that if we're going to do this, then restricting it to a particular meeting becomes more confusing, and that we should just be willing to take the time to listen to it at the meeting when it comes up. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
I agree with Councilman Kimball again, and I'm a great listener as well, and I love the citizen, and you want to hear from the citizens, but I truly believe that it needs to be structured. What I mean by that, yeah, we do. We can go on and on and on in our meetings, and they can go on and on and on. Well, when will it stop? I mean, we have time limits on ours as well, but it's 3 seconds or 3 minutes, but they go past 3 seconds and 3 minutes. We don't never stay on the allotted time that we're supposed to stay on. So we're talking structured here, that if that's the case, then how is this gonna be structured? Okay, how is this gonna be, is we gonna structure it saying by the timing, or are we gonna structure it by saying about what categories or whatever you're using? How are we gonna be able to structure it in order to benefit the citizens as well as benefit us? How would it be able to do that? When both of us go in the same way, as Kendra was saying, we go on and on and on, we don't know when to stop. And then when it's time to stop, there's no time limit.
Councilmember Bass.
I remember when citizens were allowed to comment on non-agenda items. Not allowing the citizens to comment on non-agenda items is a recent change. Anyone correct me if I'm wrong. I've sat in here and heard citizens comment on non-agenda items. It did not add a lot of length to the meeting. The citizens, for the most part, were very professional in their comments. I do not see this as adding a tremendous amount of time to our meetings, nor do I anticipate a lot of citizens coming in here and being non-professional. That's not what happened previously in my experience. The second thing I want to say is, as I've sat here and listened to the comments and thought about this, I do not want to change my motion. My motion is to amend our governing standards to allow citizens to discuss non-agenda items during the citizen comment period for 3 minutes. Non-agenda items and agenda items mixed together. We're all capable of keeping that straight in our notes. Personally, I want this, and I don't want the citizens to have to wait till the end of the meeting. I want them to be able to comment all together during the citizen comment period. Thank you.
Councilmember Kimball.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the presenter of the motion, Mr. Councilman Bass, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So is your intent for the motion to listen or interact?
Listen and take notes.
All right, thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And it's interesting you went there because that was also my question, because can you just paint a clear and concise picture then if we're looking at this as consideration? It was just asked about the meeting and the structure of the meetings. We're talking about non-agenda items, but then I heard you say something that was a little confusing because you said that it had to be posted with information, or we could only go back and forth maybe for that 1 minute versus 3. I don't know. What would this look like? I mean, if it's at the end of our meeting, citizens' comments, and then non-agenda means that they can speak on anything for a period of time, and then could we designate a time frame so that we're not running into not being able to finish or conduct our business, or as it was recommended by Councilmember Brown, at the end of a meeting? What would that look like? Can you kind of give me a scenario or two?
So there's several questions in there.
Yes.
Let me try to parse a
Thank
couple
you.
of them out.
Thank you.
First of all, by going back to the motion and the amendment, because the motion, as Councilmember Bat, the motion without the amendment was to allow citizen comments on non-agenda items with the citizen comments on agenda items, so all in one location. So that would look like citizen comments on city business. That would be at the where citizen comments on agenda items is now, and it would just be in one spot. The amendment, though, would be to separate that out, where we'd have citizen comments on agenda items where they are now, and citizen comments on non-agenda items at the end is what's been proposed, or what I've heard, and what we've seen in the past. So those are two different things, and how that would, and what I was saying is anytime someone speaks, if a citizen speaks on something that is not on the agenda, then the council cannot discuss that per the Open Meetings Act, because you haven't given notice to the public of what you're going to be speaking about. And so the idea behind the Open Meetings Act is to give notice to the public. So if somebody gets up and wants to speak about something that's very important to a lot of citizens, but you haven't given notice to the citizens that you're going to discuss it, that's why you're not supposed to discuss it.
And
So-
can I pause you right there?
Yes.
Okay, so what you're saying is then we could not interact with that citizen. We'd have our 1 minute, like, as we typically do now, because it's a non-agenda item.
I think you'd have to be a lot more careful with your 1 minute, is what I'm saying,
So
because
we
right
wouldn't even
now
have a
you
minute to
use.
respond. It would really just be to
You can-
listen, is that what you're saying?
No. You can do two things when someone brings up something off of the agenda. You can briefly respond with the factual information. So if there's a question and you can answer it with, we have trash pickup service on these dates. The factual information, very short, not a discussion back and forth, not bringing up staff members to have a discussion about it, but a brief answer to the question if it's not on the agenda. Or you can request that be on a future agenda item.
So the citizens potentially wouldn't have a resolution unless we brought it back as a potential
Right.
future agenda item. Got it.
Because right now, you have the 1 minute to respond to citizen comments, and I definitely believe there's more information given there than you'd have to be more limited. If someone brought something up that was off of agenda, you'd just have to be very, very precise and specific about those responses to not violate the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
I would just like to add the reason for the amendment to that motion. If we have non-agenda items under the same heading as agenda items, each citizen can only speak once per allotted time frame. So if they signed up to speak at the beginning of the meeting and they're both lumped together, then that citizen has to choose between speaking about what's on the agenda or speaking about their concerns. By separating them, it allows them still that very brief amount of time to address the agenda, but also a period of time to be able to discuss other concerns. I would be amenable to changing that and saying we can do two different sections, do the non-agenda items earlier in the meeting. But I feel like by having it separated at the end, it also is a compromise with the council members who are concerned about making sure we're able to get through the business of the meeting. Because regardless, as of this moment, our governing standards still say we cease to actively have a meeting at 11 unless it is a critical item. And so we, as council, would have to still be cognizant of that if we're going to have those non-agenda comments, we need to make sure we're finished early enough for them to happen by 11, or we have a hard cutoff of 11 o'clock for them. But I don't like combining them into one. That also, I think, is a little bit more confusing for how do we respond during that response period that we're allowed to have. And I think that there's a little more safety in following the Open Meetings Act when we have them separate.
Okay, council members, let me make you aware that you're out of your 3 times speaking, except for Council Member Williams. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. And also, Council Member Kendricks. My apologies, sir. Okay. Council Member Williams. This is your third.
This is really dear to me because I do want the citizen to be able to speak. They should have a voice, irregardless. But the structure is what I'm just concerned about. That's all. It's the structure of it, the timing. Even if a resident says something that we may not be understanding about. What about the persons being here that will be able to have the answers to all their questions as well? So if it's not structured, then it won't be able to be effective if it's not instructed.
Thank you. City Attorney, we're giving you a motion of direction. So you're just going to bring it back to us.
Yes, whatever motions of direction I get tonight for changes, we'll bring those back at a future meeting, whatever meeting. If you want to have another discussion item, or you want to go ahead and have a resolution item that you could vote on with red lines to your governing standards changes that you see redlined, I can bring that back in either format, just a discussion item or a resolution, either way. But we'll bring them back in whatever format you're wanting to see it.
Okay. Okay, the motion's on the floor, and another question I have is that Councilmember Bass said he would not like to amend it.
Okay.
So,
We do have, I believe that the motion to amend was made by
Councilmember Brown.
Brown, and was it seconded by Councilmember Bass?
No.
Who was it? Was it? I thought I had a second on this.
We have a second.
I think he's.
I did not intend to second it. I said I concur with it at that time. Then as we had more discussion, I do not concur with it. So
Okay.
do with that whatever's legal.
So you withdraw your confirmation?
Concurring.
I withdraw my second.
All right, so there's a motion to amend. So is there a second to that motion to amend? With the
Is there a
second being
motion?
withdrawn.
Is there a motion to amend?
There,
So I can agree, I agree with the second, the amendment, because it gives us the structure we're looking for. So I second the amendment.
Okay, it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so we are, is all in favor?
of the motion to amend, which is.
I'm sorry, discussion. Discussion. Oh, we went through. Okay, well, all in favor, signify by saying.
And just to clarify, this would be on the motion to amend, which would
Excuse
mean
me.
separating the comments.
Councilmember Kendricks, in terms of discussion.
All right. All I need is that to be said again, so that actual motion, because I got all the wired up in all of this, so can we get the actual motion
Yes, sir.
repeated again?
Yes, sir. He wants to state the motion, please.
So the original motion was to allow citizen comments on non-agenda items And then there was a motion to amend that motion to separate the non-agenda item citizen comments from the citizen comments on agenda items. So right now, you'd be voting on whether you want to amend the motion so that you would separate the comment periods. Two separate citizen comment periods, one on agenda
So the
items, one on
amendment, If you wanted
non-agenda
to
items.
separate the comment period from the non-comment,
Yeah,
non-agenda.
I got what you're saying. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm good.
Okay. No more further discussion. All in favor signify by saying yes. No, if you oppose the amendment. The amendment passed. The motion passed 4-2.
So now we need to go back to the motion as amended. So now we need to vote on whether you want to allow citizen comments on non-agenda items separately from the citizen comments on agenda items. So now you're voting on the motion as a whole. Are we putting this in your governing standards or not?
Discussion.
Yes, Councilmember Bass.
Can I get clarification on where the non-agenda items would be in the agenda under this motion?
So that wasn't part of the original, it was part of the discussion, but not part of the agenda. But as it's been discussed so far, I would probably bring this back to you. And this isn't a final vote. This is just a vote for me to bring you back language. So based on the direction, if this is the direction you give me tonight, I'll probably bring it back because that's the discussion where we keep the citizen comments on agenda items where they are and have citizen comments on non-agenda items at the end, because that's where discussion has gone so far. But you can certainly give me different direction than that, and we'll bring it back how you prefer.
Understood. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And that was, I did have a question for council regarding that structure. Councilmember Brown did mention a timeline cutoff, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever that was. And so I don't know how we feel about that, but that was part of my question as well. Thank you.
So, City Attorney, would you, so everyone would understand what we're voting on?
So right now, you're voting on whether you want me to bring back red line changes to your governing standards that would allow citizen comments on non-agenda items as a separate category in your regular meeting agendas.
So we would need a motion for that.
I have a motion on the table, so that's what you're voting on. We have
Okay.
a motion
So
and a second.
we motion, that was Councilmember Bass.
Yes, and I believe Councilmember Brown
Second by Councilmember Brown. All those in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, say no. Councilman Williams? Motion passed 4-1. Councilmember Kendricks abstained.
And I do want to state abstentions without a conflict of interest filing, those do get recorded as a negative vote per your governing standards.
Okay. All right, and that's it for your,
So I'll bring back red lines according to that direction for you.
okay. All right, we need a motion to adjourn. Go.
actually had another requested amendment.
I would also like, before we, a consensus would be fine, or a motion of direction on the changes that I recommended, and how you want to go on those, if you want me to bring back those changes or not.
Council, the question is actually, what staff has presented, do you want that to be brought back? Councilmember Brown.
I'm good with all of the proposed staff recommendations. And I would say that we moved the items that need to be changed from June to December.
And that was your recommendation, right?
That was one of the options, yes. So every year annually, from June to December. along
I
with all the other
second the motion.
recommendations. Okay.
All in favor signify by saying, oh, no, I'm sorry, discussion? No discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Councilmember Williams? Motion carries 5-1. Councilmember Bass,
I have another motion, if that's okay, Mayor,
concerning what we on now?
concerning the governing standards. First, I would like to ask a question of the city manager to make sure I understand this correctly. Was there a time in the past when work sessions were the first and third Tuesday of every month and the city council regular meetings were the third and fourth Tuesdays of every month?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Solomon, I would like to make a motion to have council work sessions the first and third Tuesday of each month and regular council sessions the second and fourth Tuesday of each month.
Okay, what's motion by Councilmember Bass? Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Brown. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Discussion, Councilmember Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can address the maker of the motion, if you don't mind. So, Councilman, so what, there's history. You asked for clarification. I'm just trying to figure out the motivation for splitting up the meetings.
Two reasons. I do not like having a work session and then voting on those items 30 minutes later. I'm not in favor of that. Secondly, we keep talking about long meetings. The reason the meeting is so long is because we're having the work session and the regular session together. If we have a work session, then that gives us time after the work session to meet with staff, talk to one another. And then we come into the regular session being very clear how we are going to vote on these issues. That's my reasoning.
Councilmember Kendricks?
First of all, with due respect, you just said something that was wrong about talking with others in reference to getting something, so you're trying to clarify or get a vote together before you come up in here. That was wrong, and you are on the record of saying that. Secondly, oh man, I lost my train of thought. Man. But I honestly think we are going down a slippery slope due to, I've said this earlier in the meeting, the meetings go long because we're continuously asking questions that we should go, and you just said it, get with staff and get those answers. You got to do your homework. What it seems like to me, you dropped your books and lost your lesson. And so you got to do your homework prior to it. And I think if you do your homework, you will have all of those answers that you need to make a confirmed decision. It's all about doing your homework first. You know, yesterday I had talks with a lot of people yesterday. And it's just about doing your homework. And I think we would be okay if people just do their homework. That's it.
Let me add this too, we have to, one of the reasons why we did this, and it worked. And we're having long meetings because we have a lot of items now. There are going to be periods of time that we will have long meetings. But if you can remember, we've had these since, how long have we had, Mr. Cagle, just the, without the work sessions on first and third? 2 years? 1 year?
2 to 3. I don't remember the exact.
Yeah, it's about 2 years, and
when the
it has
change was
worked.
made.
Up until recently.
I can pull that if for
Please.
next time if you want and get that, but
yeah.
I was thinking three-ish years, but.
Yeah, so council, really consider this. I'm asking you to consider that because it has, and we just have to do a better job, and we just ask our council members and studying our packages. And I believe that we understand the task at hand, and so we come ready to work. And yes, we have discussions, but we have had success on twice a month. It has worked. And so consider that as you decide tonight. Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilman Kendrick has probably more eloquently than I would have said it, but I totally agree with him that once you get that package, we have enough time to talk with staff and even our constituents. So I'm in favor of keeping it the way it is without moving it, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Bass, it's your second time.
I was not proposing to do anything illegal or unethical. Council members discuss among ourselves ideas all the time. Prior to this meeting, Councilmember Kendrick discussed with me his idea of the town hall with 3 council members and the mayor present. That was not unethical, that was not illegal. That was 2 council members discussing an idea. That's what I meant. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
I don't appreciate the insinuation that asking questions means you haven't done your homework. Quite to the contrary, when you do your homework, you have questions to ask. I will tell everybody here, and most of the staff knows it, I email these questions to the staff prior to the meeting. I ask them at the meeting so the public knows the answer. And this every other week may have worked for however long for the council members, but it hasn't worked for the citizens. Are we here to represent ourselves and what we want, or are we here to represent the citizens throughout not just the campaign period, but throughout the past year and a half, however long it's been since this new schedule came up? Citizens have been upset about it. Citizens have been requesting to go back to 2 meetings. One, it decreases the amount of input that citizens have when we do every other week. If we're only doing every other week, they don't get the chance to talk at a work session. They only get a chance to talk at a meeting, and that's halfway through the meeting. So instead of having 2 weeks where there's a set time, they know they can come in and start talking, it's at the whim of whenever we get to it. And it is half, haven't even talked about the fact that we've cut down the amount of time per session that the citizens get to talk from 4 to 3. We're talking about that has actually been split in half even further, because now citizens only get to talk once every 2 weeks. So are we here to represent us, or are we here to represent the citizens? Yes, meetings, workshops could take a little bit longer. They do here also. What we're talking about right now would have been on a workshop meeting. But that means that the second and fourth Tuesdays where we have meetings are typically a lot shorter. They're a lot quicker. having the two different, having a workshop and then a meeting also would allow us that if we run late during our workshop, we could then take items that were on for discussion, we haven't had a chance to get to, move them to 1 week forward to a meeting agenda, where that presumably is going to be shorter anyway, still get everything covered within 2 weeks, but with having that time in between to at least listen to and consider what the citizens are saying.
City Manager.
Yes, sir. I hate to step into this, but I just thought I would offer you something to think about. One of the reasons the meetings go so long is because we spend a lot of time talking about roofs and air conditioners and windows and striping on the street, operating like a very small town. Every city that I've ever worked in from 1987 to now, smaller and larger than this, had a real consent agenda. We have, I would call it a faux consent agenda because we go through every single item. Generally, larger cities, and I'm talking 20,000 or more, have a consent agenda where there's basic business items that council members ask questions ahead of time, and you come in and you vote on the consent agenda. You don't even talk about it. You vote on it because you've done all that work ahead of time, and that allows you to have more time to talk about important big picture items that the way we're operating now get pushed to the end and everybody's beat up and tired because we spent all the time talking about a stripe on a street or a roof on a building. So when we made this change, we almost got there and then backed away from it. And we call it a consent agenda because it's voted on all at once, but you go over each individual's item, so it's not a true consent item. So I just throw that out there for your consideration.
That was good to know. Thank you.
And one last thing, if you do go to every Tuesday, we need to change the posting schedule because we would be posting an agenda while we're in the meeting. So you have to think about that as well.
That is a change because of the statutory change now that we have to post 3 business days prior instead of the 72 hours. So now we post a full week ahead rather than, so we post Tuesday for the next Tuesday meeting rather than we used to post Friday for the Tuesday meeting. That is
And one of the things that
logistically.
the reason why the previous council did that is because they thought of staff, that it would not tax staff. And really, you have a lot of municipals that is this way, and it works. Councilmember Kendrick.
Yes, I applaud city manager for what that knowledge that he just put out there, and that's pretty much how I was getting at it. That you have to do your homework, come ask those questions, and then when you come in here, it shouldn't be a whole bunch of questions because you understand it. I have no problem with talking to any of my constituents, but I do think in a city of about 60-something thousand, when we only have not a whole bunch of people that are worried about having time coming in here, I think we are missing the mark on the overall. There's not a lot of people that have a problem that I talk with in District 4 because I ride around through District 4. I stop, I engage with the citizens if they're out just about every Saturday. I go out and I talk with them to get an understanding of what they want. And like we've talked about before, there are things that they talk about is code enforcement and things like that, but we've addressed that and we can get better with that. So I am out there talking with the constituents. They're not talking like they don't get a chance to be heard and to be spoken or spoke to. because I'm out there, I'm in the mix. I walk through Walmart, HEB, I'm in the mix. I talk. There's a lot of people that I know out here. I go to the schools, I'm in the mix. I'm in the mix with everybody out here, so I haven't heard anybody out of District 4 say, hey, man, I can't get a hold of you. They call, I answer the phone. Anybody that's in District 4, nobody can ever say, I do not answer the phone. And the reason why I do that, because I want to ensure that their voice is heard and they understand that I have heard their voice. So I just think we gotta get to doing business, because it's a business meeting, point blank period, business meeting, and to conduct the business of the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
I agree 1,000% with City Manager Ken Cagle there. I just think that that's just right. That's everything that he has said is right, and I feel that same way with what he said. So I'm in agreement with what the City Manager has said as well.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm just going to ask the council to do this. The vote that we're about to take is just to bring it back. I think at our next meeting is when, we haven't even gotten to when we're going to bring it back. But it's just to bring it back with the red line options so that we can review it. If we vote to at least put it in a draft amendment to bring it back and discuss further, that gives each and every council member the opportunity to go out, talk to the residents, the citizens, the staff, to whomever, and weigh who does and doesn't think that we should move it to once a week. It's not a permanent decision we're making tonight. Just allow us to go out and be on the street and ask people how you feel about it, and then come back and vote on it.
Okay. All in favor? There's no other discussion. All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Okay, City Attorney, would you repeat the motion, please?
The motion that I have is to have work session meetings the first and third Tuesdays of every month, and regular meetings the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month. So every Tuesday meetings.
It's a tie.
There's a tie, so we will need the mayor to vote.
It is a tie. Okay, repeat that again?
So the motion on the floor is that I come back with red lines to amend the meeting schedule for the first and third Tuesdays of the month, have work session meetings, and the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month to have regular meetings.
And that's a motion for, if we want that.
Yes. So a yes would be, yes, we'll bring that back.
Motion fails 4-3. I need a motion to, yes, Councilmember Brown?
I want to bring forward an amendment on this to allow citizens to participate in the meetings via Zoom. TOMA allows for it and actually requires it as long as we allow our governing body to participate on teleconference. I'm afraid for this to become a really long discussion, but I'm gonna make that motion of direction and then just maybe request after. So I'm not making that yet, but let me request this after this last this item. Is it possible for us to just all get a copy of the current governing standards and email staff any of our recommendations prior to the red line coming back to us, and then we can visualize them for a week in advance? and decide?
I can certainly email you out the governing standards, and you can provide comments back before this comes back. Time frame, we put the agenda out. Yeah, we put the agenda out a week before. So are you saying that you would give me comments back, and then you're wanting red lines on everybody's comments that may be in conflict, or you're just saying to compile those comments?
I'm just
from council
asking for them
members?
to be maybe compiled into the presentation by section. So if three of us already come up and we say, yep, this area, this section, we're thinking a change along these lines, then presumably you could come up with some phrasing that ties them in together as a suggestion, but it gives us an idea to look at and ponder and talk to our constituents about in advance of the meeting. So if we were to bring this back on July 7th, then we would say by June 30th. We would want to give you a little bit more. So we would say by even next Tuesday, June 23rd, we get that to you, which would give you a week to be able to compile them before the agenda goes out.
So a couple things. We can compile them. It would be difficult to put red lines together because I'm imagining even in this meeting, there are conflicting things. So to be able to compile red lines from conflicting direction would be pretty difficult. And then the second time, just on the timing, I do our annual TCA conferences within that period of time. So I'm just going to have less time within that period of time to compile those. But I can compile a list certainly and bring that back to you July 7th.
And I wouldn't want a red line for everybody's individual, because that would be long. Just bullet points from what everybody recommends. That way we can kind of see where we're all tracking and discuss from there. But with that, I would make a motion that we add into our governing standards the ability for citizens to participate via Zoom or other teleconference. Thank you.
Been motioned by Councilmember Brown. Is there a second? Is there a second? Councilmember Gonzalez.
I can second that.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion. Councilmember Kimball.
Thank you, sir. Kind of ironic, we knew this discussion item was coming tonight, right? So everybody had a chance to talk to whoever you want to talk to. And we knew if we had changes, we'd bring them tonight. So now we're going to push this thing out another 2 weeks, right? Because we're going to bring it back, then she got to bring it back. We have charter, we got to hire city managers. There's a lot of stuff going on. We should have been prepared to do what we're going to do. Tonight, we keep kicking this can down the road, and then we wonder why we're here late every night. We had a chance to bring, if you wanted to bring something to the management, you should have had it today. If we want to vote on a motion for a digital meeting, let's vote on it now. I mean, we're here, let's get the work done. I think if we keep kicking this can down the road, we'll be every Tuesday, late every night. There's citizens here that, and of course they want to be involved. They're here late too. But let's get the work of the city done now. We just keep kicking this can down the road. I agree with you. I think citizens should be allowed to be done digitally, have a digital meeting. We do it. So let's get this working in. Let's get what we want done tonight. Let's get it done. But if we all have to compile our list, give it to the city, give it to the attorney. She got to come back, red line. We're talking about 2 extra meetings where we don't need to have it done. So that's my opinion, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bass.
I am opposed to citizens participating in the city council meetings via Zoom. I say that as a former signal officer who was in charge of many military meetings where people were dialing in from literally all over the world. It's a technical nightmare for the IT people to try to handle that traffic. And when there are glitches, then there will be delays. And we're focused on trying to make our meetings less long. So that's why I oppose this motion.
Councilmember Kendricks.
I'm in agreement with part of what Councilmember Kimball stated about getting the business done. And the reason why I'm in agreement with that part of it, I think the council is also like having leadership. And if we're not taking care of our staff and we keep going the route that we're going, we are going to have exodus of our staff, which in turn will hurt the city. And we got to be careful of that. You want your staff to be here and you want your staff at full throttle. You want your staff to where they want to go above and beyond.
Point of order. Is that pertaining to the motion to allow citizens to participate on Zoom?
Yes, because of the time that's being consumed in the staff too. I did not stop anything that you talked about or point of order.
Councilmember, point of order, what reason?
Again, I don't, it doesn't appear that this has anything to do with a motion on allowing citizens to participate on Zoom. That is not even what Councilman Kimball's point was. His point was to talk about just solving everything tonight instead of tabling it.
He talked about getting, Mayor, he talked about getting things done.
Continue. Continue, Council.
We just need to be good stewards to our staff when we talk about a lot of this stuff and getting things done. That's all I have.
Councilmember Brown.
I would say the reason for allowing Zoom is just that, Councilman Bass, is that we are a military-heavy community. We have residents who live inside the city limits of Killeen who are active military, who go off to training, who are out of country, wherever they are, who still deserve to have a say in what goes on. We have a lot of seniors who are homebound, who cannot make it to our meetings. And we haven't even discussed the time the meetings start, but that way, if citizens were not able to physically make it here at the time the meeting starts, they could still be heard and have that input. And I was just asking we do this and then move on because it's almost 10 and we still have another meeting after this. So out of trying to respect the rest of the council, that's why I said I was almost hesitant to do this one right now and get into a big discussion. But again, I'm just asking that we move this forward so that it can at least be discussed with the citizens, and we have a couple weeks to think about that.
Councilmember Williams.
I have a question to ask, and that is, have we had any problems in the past with the Zoom? Have we had any problems in the past with the Zoom?
With the council members?
Zooming in, yes.
Most of the, or sometimes we have presenters zooming in. Most of the times when there's problems, it's on the user's end, wherever they're coming in from and having a bad connection. I don't think we've ever had a real problem here.
Okay.
It's usually the connection.
But there are problems.
Oh, there have been plenty of those. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's what I'm trying to verify. Are there any problems, although we have folks here to fix those issues? Are there any issues with the communication as far as with the Zoom? Because what happened one day, and I can't make it, and I want to do a Zoom, and then the Zoom doesn't work.
And from my understanding, most of the time that happens, it's not on this end, it's on the user's end, and it's almost always been lack of signal connection, strength of connection. to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilmember Brown?
And I know this
This
is my
is-
third and last time.
Thank you.
And I just want to point out that this is not unprecedented. Bell County Commissioners Court allows citizens to Zoom into their meetings. And they actually have it a lot more complicated for their team because citizens are allowed to speak during each and every single item on their agenda, not just prescribed times during the meeting. And Killeen ISD also allows citizens to participate on Zoom. It's not unprecedented, and it actually should be something we are doing if we're going to continue to follow the law and have council members participating on Zoom. Then we really should be allowing the citizens to do it.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, would you repeat so we can be clear on what we're voting on? Would you repeat the motion, please?
The motion I have is to allow citizen participation via Zoom. So I take that to mean for the any citizen comment period or public hearing.
All in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 4-2. City attorney, is that it for? I see her. Is it any other discussion, Councilmember Brown?
So I did do my homework, and I do have a list of other items that I wanted to discuss, but out of respect for the citizens and the staff, I make a motion to table any other recommendations until the July 7 meeting.
Councilmember Brown made a motion to table further discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Williams. All in favor signify by saying yes, or all opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Second? Anybody
Second
Second by, all in favor?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned. Now we go into the meeting. Yes, we'll take 5. We'll recess for 5 and come back.